guess you still have a few more minutes left, so you have now time to wrap up.
Okay. Actually, what I want to say is very simple to working with the model and for your institution that the freestyle conduct on online platform, they can try model
I just wanna know
we
if
also
you
have portfolio, but
trigger till
you can
my
use it
head
without the online, so you can use it
let
without
me go, so
social
I
media
can
network
see
or
how
center.
you
And
really
you can also
know
control for the participant
how
or
perfect you
comment. If this will
are,
make your picture on your feed,
concealing your
you know how to
scars.
manipulate the
How
system with
perfect
ambient
you are,
action. But again, I
baby,
recommended
break
and I
my
invite you here if you want to try to developing your own learning management system. We will help. We will happy to help because our vision is expertise in open distance learning, and that's why we can offer you we can offer you our platform also you use for your experiment. If you want, if you don't have platform, you have content, you can contact me anytime. This is my email right here. You can contact me, and then we can help you to assist you to developing your own this learning management system. We also can help you to developing OER content like the Dr. said before, and then we have also in Southeast Asia OER content, so you can build your own content there, so Southeast Asian country can recognize your content. Maybe for that's for me. Bill, thank you for the time.
To Moodle, I'm sure most of our participants have learned so much, and a number of them are asking questions in the YouTube live, so we're encouraging everyone to post your questions to all our participants joining the YouTube live. At this point, allow me to invite our next speaker for this webinar, Mr. Wang. He is the General Manager of AIR Group, and he will present to us some learning management solutions. With the group, we now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassel and dear speakers. Thank you very much for having this and now I will have a brief introduction using some examples that we are the leading provider of solutions now that we have less more than 25 and we are the strategic partner to the China and also we are the strategic partners to the
Never forget, tryna give you the whole world, but you didn't let me. The aura of your love was to the garden protect. Now the aura of your love just continues to neglect. Or to keep my head on straight, bitch, you got me stressing. The thought of your face is vexing. No fucking cap. You took me for granted and I can't stand the thought of that. I hope when I grow up you start to feel
we
yourself
provide
falling
education
back.
service in 25 areas. Also, we have a best business school and which is fully accredited by French Ministry of Higher Education. That we can provide the bachelor degrees, master degrees, and doctor degrees online and offline.
call myself the thought of you never called. I was down bad, the part you were lost. On the line, and it came at a cost. And more than I realized it's not a loss to me. I start fucking up the place right now. The tears down your face right now. Just pacing back and forth, the cycle breaks right now. Erasing in my head, you can erase right now. No, so I'm back, bitch, hold up. After all the pain and caused, I know I'm not mad because I don't have a fucking I'm the chains are done. I'm not fucking with you no more. You were nothing but a closed door.
And also that we can provide some contents our platforms, some high education contents and some additional training contents in English and French versions. For example, that we can provide 3 online executive master degrees from our schools that is logistics, finance, and internal control. And also because we have a lot of vocational training courses, we will provide a lot of vocational training courses free online during this area. For some of the countries, partners, if you are interested in our full solutions, and we can provide some smart hardware, some smart classrooms, and some smart facilities during this area for the teachers and students. With our platform,
Wanna tell you
also that we have some digital devices like the teachers can create their own resources. Because today's topic
from outer space, ayy. Gotta look from outer space, ayy. Gotta look from outer space, ayy. Gotta look from outer space, yeah. My swag so rare, my swag, yeah. My swag so rare, my swag rare. My swag so rare, my swag rare. My swag so rare, my swag rare. Yeah, shine like a VVS. I know you're my race, I know you're my man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Really hard to get, really hard to get. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My swag so rare, my swag rare. My swag so rare, my swag rare. Yeah, hard to get. Yeah, my swag from outer space. Yeah, yeah. Shine like a VVS, bitch. I know human race, bitch. I ain't no human made, bitch. And I ain't going, bitch. What's the first name, bitch? I'm in the room with killers. I'm in the room. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. You see I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going insane. My brain said, my brain going insane. Yeah, my brain said, my brain going insane. Yeah, I'm going crazy. You see I'm saying? Yeah, I know I'm saying. My brain said, my brain going insane. Yeah, my brain said, my brain going insane. Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching the presentation. So we have Southeast Asia in terms of launching their own flexible learning system. So the question is more about the existing technologies that probably you can offer so that
Play videos in the background. You can watch uninterrupted. Try YouTube Premium on us.
their own learning management system for higher education. Wei Dong, you now have the floor. Can you please respond?
Okay, thank you very much. I think this question, and I think it's
We cannot hear you, Wei Dong. Probably I will call you again in a few minutes. Let me first proceed to the other question. Mr. Rizal from Senior Simulec. Where is the Simulec server based or headquartered? Is Moodle safe to use for teachers and students when it comes to personal files and data? How is security? Can you please respond to this question from Neymar Ian Cañete, also from others in the YouTube live who are asking this question? So much, Rizal, for that response to the question. Now I'd like to pose the other question for Dr. Robin Harde. I think this question has been asked so many times by our YouTube participants. Probably they want a confirmation from those who are actually using Moodle. Is Moodle for free? And how different is Google from Moodle? I think it's referring to Google Classroom, most probably the learning management system of Google. And probably couple of the others in the panel who can also comment which platform would work with the internet connection. Dr. Robin, can you please respond? Google actually is free. All you have to do is how different is it from Google Classroom? go ahead, Mr. Bex, you can continue.
Big ass bag with I'm huffing and puffing. I shoot up your house and let mama start bugging. I'll pull out my dick and I'll fuck no discussion. I'll beat up good pussy and smoke me a Russian. Big ass chopper, so niggas not tussling. You ain't sick then walk a little nigga that's tussing. I don't know this nigga, my runs, not puffin'. I just put my sausage inside her new muffin. Codeine on a camel, so nigga, I'm crushing. When I shot with plus, nigga, ain't no discussing. I'm pulling out the pistol and end the discussion. I beat up the pussy and smoke me a Russian. Big ass chopper ain't knock out his stomach. When I pull my dick out, your bitch, she get on it. These junkies, they hooked on the dope like it's phonics. Like me and my buddy, he's speaking me on the cops on my dick. They got called me a warrant. I pulled on my dick and your bitch, she was four. Got a fat ass back, look like Lizzo. My dick look like limo. If you don't get money, why is you here for? I'm eating up her nigga, she expense. She suck on my dick for my bitch. That's it. These niggas don't get it. They not comprehending. When I get the money, I get right to spending. This magical life that got me so expensive. When she heard my lyrics, she said they're offensive. Next thing you know, I'm in her mouth like a dentist. You sleeping with me, you gon' end up on oxygen.
YouTube Music app has mixes made for every mood. Seriously, every single one. Get YouTube Music Premium.
Put that shit in my tummy. I laugh at you guys, but this shit is not funny. These niggas be acting like kings when they bum me. They copy my style, I'm just saying they don't like me. How the fuck you gon' say that when you try to bite me? These internet niggas too pussy to fight me. Come on my name, I don't take that shit lightly. You speak about me, nigga, you speak politely. If he your fake friend, then he wasn't an op. If Christ be on the beat, then this shit is a pulled up with the big ass gun. I'm a fuck, yeah, bitch. She's licking on my nuts. And if she's a dirty bitch, she'll lick me on my butt.
Countries, but also, to my knowledge, CMU secretaries already produce a regional platform, that are hosting a lot of OERs. I believe other speakers will introduce these resources. And just quickly, we talk about 5 Rs, retain, reuse, revise, and remix, and the most, the largest freedom we could give the user is the CC BY, meaning that you only recognize the authors. You have full autonomy to use it. For example, either you make a major change, or you can use it for commercial purpose, or even you can directly deviate the use of the purpose. So that's a definition. Once again, this drawn from the book. You read more details about this book. But at the same time, if you have more workshop or other things, you can choose if you have more details about the classes, and including how you could put the material under this book, we recommend gunshots, my God. Too bad, always trying to beat no real lines. Don't live it in, hoping they survive. My friend, bodies are cooking, how we are supporting the everything is so you set up the exclusive OER for indigenous language or the local culture, and how you could use OER to quality education, and how you could promote knowledge deepening and knowledge creation in K-12, including in higher education, and how you could use OER in TVET and skill development.
Want to watch Meerkats without the ads?
Am I an ad?
Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
And also promoting the lifelong learning for adult and even for the elderly.
I know all about the coochie, I'm a coochie geek. And I'm eating coochie every day, this a coochie week. I'm on the court looking for the coochie, I'm a coochie fiend. I make sure to dress the coochie up, coochie hostel. My belongings in the coochie, that's a coochie store. Got 2 bitches but wanna fuck, that's a coochie war. Can't be around niggas too long, I need the coochie near. I just flew a bitch in from Miami on a coochie lair. I got so much damn coochie, I had to get a coochie drawer. Coochie so well, please pass me my coochie or made a bitch take a Uber home cause the coochie stink. I got the coochie running like a faucet, that's the coochie sing. I know every move the coochie make, how the coochie think. The coochie quick, kick her out, that's the coochie blink. Pussy juicy, my lean, that's the coochie pour. This bitch bugging, had to go and settle the coochie score. I'm playing the harmonica on that coochie, this a coochie beat. Damn, I got the coochie too wet, now the coochie leak. I'm a gynecologist, I'm a coochie dog. Put the coochie in the Uber, that's a coochie charter. Damn, the coochie sound like macaroni, let the coochie speak. Shorty got that top shelf coochie, that's the coochie reek. I got at least 30 bitches, that's a coochie rock. Got a bitch in every state, got coochie over yonder. I'm about to smash the window and break in, I'm the coochie thief. Niggas try to get up in my coochie, we got coochie beef. Tripping over a bitch, that's a coochie ponder. I got coochie on calm, a coochie transponder. When a lady shorty wanna fuck, keep the coochie brief. Fuck non-Native American, I'm the coochie chief. The coochie tastes the herring, that's that coochie fish. More a deal on the coochie, it's on the coochie docket. Go ahead, throw that coochie on the walk, I'm the coochie chef. I go with too many bitches off, now I ain't got no coochie left. Coochie 1,000 meters deep, that's a coochie abyss. Think about old coochie, that's a coochie reminisce. Going for a ride in the coochie, that's a coochie Jeep. Poppy eat the coochie after dinner, that's a coochie treat. Only fans got all this coochie a mess. Part of the coochie that's lip-like is the coochie lips. Niggas keep playing spider game, now the coochie left. Took a nigga bitch and fucked her raw, that's a coochie tap. Deadliest catch with a bitch, that's a coochie boy. Cereal that I fuck with is coochie, yo. Pass the coochie to the homie, that's a coochie piece. I got coochie above and I got coochie below. Coochie in abundance, it's a coochie bull market. Flying on my racks, that's coochie team rocket. Sipping on PBR and I'm playing pool. I got some coochie on the line, that's my coochie spool. Shorty ain't fucking a minute, heard the coochie growl. I only ever see this bitch at night, she the coochie out. Had to take my time with the coochie, made the coochie late. I can see my future in the coochie, it's my coochie fate. Damn, I think I nutted in this bitch, now I'm coochie stressed. Niggas playing checkers with the coochie out, play coochie chess. Me and Wendy made another hit, this a coochie bomb. I just put your homie on a shirt, this the coochie top.
They have objectives, indicators, target groups, main activity, headlines for the activity, budget for the activity, and basic feelings of the partners. It's a thorough plan. And these are the main building blocks of the policy, OER policy. So the sixth one is really to plan the implementation step, the strategy. We also analyze the different approach of the implementation strategy, including top-down and bottom-up, and how you could mix them together. So that's the introduction of the implementation plan, including the advocacy. And at the same time, we have, as I said, we collect a lot of good cases or example. We publish the 15 case studies.
YouTube Music Premium, there are no ads.
Wunderbar.
Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
Country example, institutional example. So I will not introduce this example, but I included these slides.
I lay back, sit back, and please slacks as I smoke anthrax. Pussy nigga tryna get his bitch back. I don't give niggas breaks, I ain't no Kit Kat. Got a soft spot for women, though I hate to admit that. Said she want a gentleman, but fell for the betterment. A dog figure in the park, serving fiends in the letterman. It's frightening the way my wrist light up like lightning. Diamonds that they hands ain't that perfect timing. The game works better when
Thank you so much, Mr. Feng Shu, for your very informative presentation on open education resources. We appreciate your effort to participate in this webinar because as it is only 5 a.m. in Paris, where Mr. Feng Shu is based in UNESCO headquarters in Paris. So at this point, let us further enrich our discussion on OERs, and Dr. Ethel will give us some informative presentation on senior open education resources. Dr. Ethel, you have it.
pussy ass niggas still worrying about. Remember that kid that got a little too close to the sky and got him onto his clay wings and burned his eyes? That nigga was I, cast out of heaven before I even arrived.
So let me just walk you through. You can go to our website and join the senior online learning resources. Second, you will see a lot of more educational resources. For example, Global Digital Literacy course. You can have certificate on global digital literacy, and you can watch some of our courses on digital health and wellness, digital security, digital right and responsibility, digital access, e-commerce, and digital education. would like to inform you, you have asked about having the information from UNESCO. So UNESCO has a lot of open educational resources. You can go directly to their website. And more than that, you can link with our website. So you can freely link with our website and get access to our open educational resources. I think this is the way to go. Our partners in these are open universities.
The
Shed,
YouTube Music app lets you
our lead
discover
partner,
undiscovered songs
Shed of
and humble
UNESCO
brag
and
that you
Google
heard it
Play.
first. Get YouTube
We
Music
would like to
Premium.
develop more open educational resources for our country as well as for other countries in the region. So observe and take a look at some OERs. You too can do this. You too can develop this. So I think from the learnings today, how to develop your LMS, how to develop OERs, and then the policies on OERs, and the mobile learning, you can also establish your mobile learning for your institution. And watch out for more webinars from us as we journey together in COVID-19 pandemic. So I'd like to give the floor now to our
when the Glock hit his
Thank you so much, Dr. Edgar. We have so
ain't
much to
got
say
no
about
dreads, so my man shook his
this.
head. And I got
Quite
your
sure the
bitch
thousands of
pussy
participants
dripping,
we
thought
have
she
in
with
YouTube
the
will
best. She with the
have
man for the bitches, but I left with cash instead. It's a
We have
stick
now
up
come to
in
the end
this
of this
bitch,
webinar,
and
and may
I'm
I invite
aiming
a very
at your head. Nigga, if you
from the
broke,
Commission on Higher
then you
Education
better
of the
off
University.
dead.
Attorney
Came
Harold,
in
you now
for
have the
the
floor.
bitches, but I left with cash instead. Bitch, when I get up, I might just for Doja Cat. I don't keep a pistol, yeah, little nigga, this a cat. Nigga talking crazy, pistol make him go splat. Put the pistol off my lap, it go blam, blam, blam. Nigga said I'm drinking, shorty, she just popped a sand. Bitch, I walking crazy, cause the pistol in my hand. I don't take shit from no boy or no man. Said she just tried her first perk, now she asked me for a Zan. Bitch, I'm on the yash, it's a stick up on the floor. Get down, 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 it's a stick up. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down.
That bitch busted down, she freaking out. This gun can't go off, it is a tweaker, Cannot fuck with junkies, no I cannot fuck with geekers. Now I'm a right up that porch, hiding bodies in the shed. Got a problem with me or Christ, Dillinger, you dead.
The commission is also pushing for flexible in order to ensure the continuity of accessible and inclusive education in times of this pandemic, anchored on the capability of our faculty and the needs of our students. But there are flexible learning methods should ensure faculty competence and student support services. Within the scope of
Running from police in the trenches had a John case. Oh, shoot on racks
this
yeah.
regard, we would like to thank
I'm
today for
perfect.
partnering with
I
the
need a
Wisdom on
new
Higher
hoe.
Education in this initiative.
Yeah,
And of
need a
course, the Commission extends its
swaggin' in
utmost
this
appreciation
bitch
to our
with my
resource person today,
cutties, and
Dr.
we
Evelyn M.
okay.
Castro
All
Valenzuela.
swaggin' in this bitch, your buddy just might die today.
In this, our TECA working group's discussion as well. Of course, the Commission would also like to extend its gratefulness to your assistance in cooperating, incapacitating our CHED personnel. We would like to thank Dr. Robbie Macalde, of course, our other resource persons today, Mr. Rizal Adompo, Mr. Feng Chun Miao, and Mr. Wang Chiyan. We would also like to thank the participants in today's meeting. Rest assured that your inputs will be considered in the policy-making decision of the Commission. Thank you and good morning to all of us.
Thank you, Attorney Harold. Thank you to all who have participated in our WebEx room, in our YouTube channel. Before we let you
Listen to
go, allow me
ASMR
to
sounds
give
with your
some
screen off and relax
reminders
uninterrupted. Try YouTube
and
Premium on us.
updates on the what is the next webinar after this one. So just like in the previous webinars, we're inviting everyone to follow our official social media channels, like, share, follow, and subscribe our YouTube and Facebook channel, and use our hashtag senior webinars. Please check your email for updates. We are using the emails that you have given us when you registered for this webinar. And for those who are asking about the certificate of participation specifically for this webinar for all registered participants shall be available by June 19th. So that is the deadline. On or before that date, you should be able to get a copy of your certificate. If you still have questions, please email us at webinar@simyo.org. Next webinar, we'd like you to invite you next week on the
I got
on the
this
quality
bitch
learning
in the
assessment
car,
for
she's
COVID-19
talking, I'm
This will be
packing
on May
that
28th,
thing, I ain't
2030.
doing no
10 p.m.
running,
as well
I'm
as
whipping that crack in the
11
kitchen,
p.m. to 1
it's
p.m. in
bubbling,
Manila.
it's money
So this is a
low,
joint
young
webinar
Twitter,
between
he
Simeo and the
subbing,
ABS
jumped over these
So we'll
niggas,
be on
it
education
wasn't unheard of, my money
joint webinar on
on air and your
COVID-19 response.
money
So the
on
registration link
turtle,
is
I
posted
bought
on
me
the
a
right
perk,
side.
it is blue like
Please
a
feel free to
squirtle,
register.
I'm moving the dirt, run the block
Also,
like
on
a
June 22,
circle,
we
I'm
have the
sticking my
Simeo
dick in her
Alcoa
mouth in the
Philippines
bathroom stall,
developing
bitches
flexible
like
and
Pokemon, I
technology-mediated
gotta
learning
catch
program.
'em
This is
all,
a group
haters
webinar
keep
also
calling
on
my
June
phone
22,
for that
2020,
Adderall, ask me where
sponsored
the
by
bitches
us,
at,
Simeo,
figure
and
you got 'em all,
COA.
I'm selling crack on a corner like lemonade, I bring
So
your
again, we
bitches
would like to thank
around
everyone
like
for participating
desecrated,
and stay
call
safe
me,
and
I
stay
put
healthy.
you in an early grave, finna
Dr. Ether,
blow up on these
may we
niggas
invite you
like
for
hand
some
grenades.
final words to our
Down, but
speakers
you
and
just
participants.
an affiliate. I put a
Would like
perk
to
in the
thank
bar,
all
you
who
feel me?
helped us today
Niggas be
to
waiting
learn more
on me
about
to
elements
fall, I
and
guess,
COVID
cause
educational
niggas be
resources.
talking
So
about
you can
guns and
view
all.
again
I'm
the
at the
YouTube
mall,
channel of
ballin'
this
hard with no
session. You can
basketball. He
learn
hit
it
my
later
line for the
in the
work
YouTube.
and I
And for
pass.
those
I'm
who will
moving
be
out black
needing
or that white
certificates
Michael
for
Jackson. I'm fucking two
personal,
bitches, I'm making them swap. All this ice make it
you
hard to
ask
tell
us
how I
in the
watch.
certificate
I
link.
pick up
You
your
can give us
bitch
time
in the
because we are
Benz and
working
her jaws. We
tirelessly
moving the
today
rock on
to
the
get it back
block
together
like
for
it's
our
hot stars. Get
certification
on all
channel.
fours and I'm putting my feet up.
Thank you very much,
Switching the
Chad,
line with
for
the mid with me real. Her boyfriend suspicious cause I leave the seat up. Ain't got no love so you don't wanna leave it up. I really be with that feel like a hockey puck. Said he was doing it, guess he ain't doing it.
Shots at this poor bus with a bang bro. Catch me at the beach taking pics with your main hoe. Toes hurt, dog, that bitch get strangled. If I'm in the mood, then the pussy get it mango. If Christ Dillinger pull up, then the case told. I got 2 part 30s and a Fango. I got 2 large max for the Draco. Better watch your fucking mouth, boy, you need the Draco. I be bringing out the loud toys for your bankroll. Hit yo bitch, me and her got entangled. Did a drive by, now I gotta lay low. Know some bitches that'll do whatever for a peso. People on friends, what we did, shit snake hole. Either move around or you gon' get pushed out the way, bro. I be getting tired, hit it from a different angle. Listen to my demons, but it shout out to my angels. Wanna link me, then you gon' need the right time. Said that I don't wanna, now I think a little bitch crying. That's way too much, we might have to fucking deep fry. If I see a single up around me, then they all dying. In a pussy, yeah, bitch, we be unifying. Static on my fucking hip, it be electrifying. Pulling out that click and they be running, it's so terrifying. Why the fuck you hitting up my line if you ain't gonna ride? I ain't fucking with none of y'all. All of y'all can suck my dick. Spider gang, triple nine. Fuck is you talking about? Gang.
YouTube Music Premium is an experience that gives you complete control of your music. So you can listen ad-free, download music for offline play, and keep your songs playing in the background. Get YouTube Music Premium.
Yo, we here at Spider Gang. Appreciate all the feedback on the last video, how to know melody. Figured since now y'all know how to know melody, teach y'all how to sell crack. Cause I do realize that some of y'all don't really got OGs like that, so I'm just here to show you the internet's not useful. Anyways, you gotta come in real quick, just like with a piano line like this, and just like some shit that kinda just like smells like crack. If you don't know what crack smells like, just go to Utica Avenue, you'll figure it out. So you just gotta add in that. There's like some drums I added in, you gotta just get like this classic like crack snare and hi-hat pattern. These just together make it like mad crack, like very like harrassing and shit. So then you just gotta keep adding in the drums till the 808 comes in. And so the 808, like you put that 808 in there, like just how I'm doing it right now, and you start playing it like at a club, and rappers gonna approach you and talk about how to sell crack.
I'ma sell crack, nigga, in the open, rock the trap. I got mollies, I got perkies, I'ma say crack. I told I mean like I'm finna back out. This perk hit a nigga like child support. You rob bitches and what is you robbing for? You tryna study, bitch, I got some Adderall. Crack raw so big they calling me cannibal. You sipping K-Roll, that's not even Tylenol. I was just selling Zan, proud of bathroom store. I'm on the Zan, I'm in the shopping mall. I'm on the perk, cause I got sandwich draw. Don't even ask, I won't do a front. I work for the streets, employee of the month. Bitch, I was just selling that Percocet. None of my friends see they took over opiate. Even my mom be taking the Percocet. Got that new crackin', it shit ain't out yet. I wanna cop weed, but I ain't got it yet. I be on beans, I be on Percocet. I'ma sell crack, ride this trap house. I'ma sell crack, I'ma beat it out.
Good morning to everyone and welcome to the Simeo webinar series on Simeo response to COVID-19 pandemic. Before we go to the official start of our webinar, allow me to first have some reminders about the webinar so that we will have a very productive experience. Next slide, please. So today we will be having our first webinar among a series of 4 Simeo webinar series. So for today, we will have webinar 01, Emotional and Psychosocial Health During COVID-19 Pandemic. Next slide. So just a few reminders to our participants who are logged in on YouTube Live. Can we go to the next? First, some reminders. We are requesting everyone, to those who are viewing online, to register so that you will receive updates from Simeo Secretariat, particularly on the Simeo webinar series. For those on the YouTube Live, you may type your questions in the comments section. You will see that on the right part of the screen if you're using your laptop, or at the bottom part if you're using your mobile phone. We will have an open forum after all presentations.
Like vibing to the hottest songs? Well, now with YouTube Premium's background play, you can keep watching music videos, even while texting your hubby. Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
There will be a Simeo webinar team who is monitoring all the YouTube comments and questions. So we'd like to assure everyone that all your feedback or all your comments and questions will be forwarded and will be consolidated all of them. And hopefully we can have a responses to questions that you have raised. The webinar, we would like to request everyone to follow all our social media channels. And you can start by sharing and subscribing on the YouTube channel. You can see the subscribe button below the video that's relevant. To those who have registered online, I know all of you have registered online. Please check your email for updates.
And you already know that we got the choppers. You already know we hit your block. And you already know that we do that dope. You already know your bitch and what? You already know blocker. Big ass fucking chopper. Go blocker, blocker, blocker. Blocker, blocker. Blocker, blocker. Blocker, blocker, blocker. Blocker, blocker, send that nigga.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, nigga, who be you? I'm a Looney Tune, doobies, doobie, ruby, tippy, booty, moon. Sue me, bitch, yo, movie quick, I'm shooting, zooming in, he truly doom. Bring your puny goons. I'm a villain, bullet feeling, never feeling, break the ceiling, still a million, fade on ceiling, damage dealing, liquid spilling, when I'm killing, I be smiling, never chilling, I be whining, you be yelling, I be silent, disrespect, it can get violent, grip attack, I hit his spine, and then his neck below is mine, and I don't got a 40, bitch, you got a 50, it's a pity that it's sitting you down, or breaking it down, it's clicking like a bill when it pound, and shit in the rounds, and hitting like the top of an ounce, to hop out of bounds, don't try to follow, we fly like a swallow, you built like you hollow, I'm built like Apollo, I'm built like Poseidon, she wet so I slide, and I'm better when high, and I bet that I'll cry if I take some more mushrooms, nigga, I'll crush you, won't even touch you, I'll just get larger and larger, I'm busting down the harbor inside of a charger, put charges on barges inside of the harbor and mark your departure, yeah. I'm a cartoon, little nigga, I'm built like a marker, but darker, I move like a shark or a spider, my lighters are brighter, I roll my shit tighter, won't hire no writer, cause I'm the provider of lyrics, they hear it in spirit and eardrum, bitch, you appear dumb, towing that weird gun. Rapping a airsoft, capping you bear soft, let's have the stare off. Maybe a thumb war, it'll be fun more, that's what you come for, right? Trying to play games, nigga, you way lame, not trying to say names, bitch, I'm who you mad at, gangster a faggot, Jester the maggot, right? Bitch.
Dr. Sandra Kemponko. Dr. Sandra is a deputy coordinator of our semi-tropical medicine network office here in Bangkok. She has a doctorate degree in public health and also master's degree in public health. And we're very proud that Dr. Sandra will moderate the session. So now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Sandra.
Listen to ASMR sounds with your screen off and relax uninterrupted. Try YouTube Premium on
Thank you,
us.
Dr. Ethel, for that opening remarks and for that introduction. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are, and everyone who are joining us in this webinar. May I remind the participants that you can send your questions by typing on the chat box of that YouTube live. But please, again, identify yourself and your organization before typing your question and who you're addressing the question. My co-moderator for this morning is Dr. Kriksachai Somsanan. We call him calling Dr. Moy. He will be helping with us, and you will see him during the open forum. Dr. Ethel has said, we've heard a lot about COVID-19, but not so much about the emotional and the psychosocial impact of this pandemic. So this webinar this morning will give us insights on this other side of the pandemic. Without much further ado, allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Pankowski Katiwala. Dr. Pankowski currently the Philippine General Coordinator of Senior Broadcast Network. The network is technical solutions, which is actually responsible for providing technical guidance to the Ministry of Public Health and Finance during this time-related policies of COVID-19. He's also the chair of WHO's Southeast Asia Regional Office Malaria Research Excellence, an executive member of Southeast Asia World Health University Network, and the Asia Pacific Dengue Prevention Center. He is a epidemiology researcher and university professor. Dr. Ram, please go ahead.
I just fucked this baby Marcy on the face. I just do it, bitch. Just like Nike. He said he pulling up, but that shit is unlikely. Oh, that fucking bitch. Just pull up. Bitch, pull up. Bitch, pull up. All that fucking talking, bitch, I'm going now. Bitch, pull up. The gas pull up. Big ass shit down to my left. Bitch, pull up. Bitch, pull up.
COVID-19 is more than a health crisis. It is moving like a wave. And as we can see here in the screen, the social, economic, and also political crises that have been scarred with us for quite some time. And we see that the expected global demand may exceed 4 billion from the Asian Development Bank and is going to be once in a time as big as one of the largest loss. As we can see here now, most of the countries now are pushing to slow down the transmission by using contactless strategy and mitigation, which now most of the countries using non-pharmaceutical intervention do not have drugs and vaccines. That's why they're using social distancing, also restrictions, city lockdown in some countries, and also the closure in other some places of lectures on the flattening the curve, so that our health system can keep up with the health. As you can see here, that the social distancing, although it prevents infections, but it also has the other side of unintended consequences. For example, if you have a good social distancing, then you can reduce the transmission significantly. Therefore, increasing social isolation, loneliness, health, and also the health anxiety and public shutdown. This is a perfect ingredient and also I would say perfect storm to harm people's mental health and well-being. As we know that we should have a lot of good components for the well-being, which you know is also including physical, mental, social, and also the occupational, financial, and also the environmental kind of the components that make us not only healthy, but now we are leading into the well-being. So as you can see here that with the social distancing and also the fear of the COVID infection, it makes people worried, and then we don't know what is the next going to come. So it's normal that we're going to react to this kind of situations. Okay, it's normal for the human being to have this kind of fear, and also, but if we use it
Get all your
correctly, then
videos
it
ad-free
would be
and watch
a
uninterrupted.
positive.
Try YouTube
And
Premium
also,
on us.
kind of the pressures from losing job and also financial pressure because of the
Niggas be searching for gratification, the instant kind. I'd rather wait and build my shit up over time. I got that chopper, it kick like an infant child. I got that chopper, it's on like the river now. Nigga run up on me, he gon' get left behind. I'm tryna kill all the if you owe me money, you better pay up now. Eagle just landed, we scoring like touchdown. I mean, fuck that, but she woke cause I'm up now. Bitch, I came back like I left the stove on. Hold on. I got that underarm cause like it's wrong. I'm smoking some shit that you don't get to smoke on. Some niggas gon' feel me, but that's cause I grow on. Don't worry about shit that's got nothing to do with you. You think it's a party, but this shit a funeral. Piss on this grim, I turn that to a urinal. Wait, niggas be rapping about trapping, they fell down early trap to my skill had to broke some rappers be home because we the new paradigm. I'm in the back with the tits that's so black with a pump cause the duty so fat that they gave me an ass. I had the blunt one time and that shit hit me back. I'm in your hood about to go so your family crash. Sometimes you play the rat, sometimes they play you back. But who's the niggas that's really controlling that? I gotta talk to you niggas and nurse you. That's how much niggas done rap down over time. I'ma give you some insight on the storyline. All these rappers be broke, they can't wait to sign. I give my high school and I'm out the Columbine. I can rap anything, make it sound fly. It could be Dr. Seuss or a nursery rhyme. One fish, two fish, red fish, new fish. I don't really fuck with that nigga cause he a bluefish. You just have to post in the type of nigga to do this. That nigga wants to me wrong. I'm breaking this jaw, someone call him a dick. That nigga wants and I'm giving him kiss. I just met this bitch and she's rich but a dancer. And I mean this stripper, not ballet. Someone call her ballet cause I wanna go now. I be on verbs and these niggas are pronouns. If you point the block, I pull mine, it's a showdown.
Epidemics in the past teach us a lot that many studies confirm that it would lead to stress. Okay, if somebody is being quarantined, then it would lead into stress, sleeplessness, insomnia, and then you have an emotional problem, and also that would lead to substance abuse later on. That is from the research studies that it has been shown, and also it's been shown also that 34% okay would have high level of psychological problems or stress here and depression compared to those non-quarantine individual during the pandemic. So therefore these are something that teach us how to go forward. And also with the healthcare worker, this is the data from Singapore, okay, that there are also depression, anxiety and stress that is common. So therefore, we can expect that this is something that is quite common.
Want to listen ad-free, download music offline, and keep songs playing in the background? Get YouTube Music Premium.
Of the stress. And when the school closure, as already mentioned earlier, that school with the complete closure and also the partial closure, we can see here that it affects more than 1 billion learners
way too much weed.
In about almost 190 countries around the world. And children is our precious being that we have to look after them. But luckily that this pandemic doesn't cause death and mortality much in the children. But the children can also have a problem with the health. They can be anxious and agitated and also have the behaviorology. And also the problem is the children in developing countries will be exposing these problems than the children in developed countries. So therefore children with the history of the mental illness will have something
Japanese still buying out. Too much designer, too much Remy Martin. The cars I pull up and I look like a Martian. Too many things that I made at the go. Too many plugs, I got my for the low. Too much Dwayne Johnson in my sock, I got cankles. I hit a bitch from way too many angles. I got way too many guns, like I'm getting ready for the apocalypse. I got too many bullets, so you know I got straps, and you know I carry lots of clips. I'm running through lane, I sip a once and chopping on juice, but it tore pussy up too much paper. I've never seen all the bus. How many jeans? One too many drugs, many drugs, max. Track like a bummer, run through gas, gas like a Hummer. Totally got bitch, throw that for my number. I got too many hoes that can't ask for another. Give it tickets, so crack their mother. I got too many problems, crack another.
Financial support for students, special works arrangement for colleagues, precautionary measures, medical surveillance, and also we have an emergency task force linking different parts of the administration. Because my job portfolio focus more on learning and teaching, so I mentioned a little bit. Since the February 17, after Chinese New Year break, all the teaching and learning activity has been delivered online, so we basically run online teaching and learning. This arrangement will continue, I believe, at this juncture until the end of semester 2 of this academic year, subject to further reviews as necessary. Although in Hong Kong, I think now the situation is slightly better. I think we still keep it real because of the uncertainty of the pandemic. We have no face-to-face on campus examinations this semester, so we have the online assessment and other forms of assessment as arranged as an alternative. Myself, as vice academic and provost, we have our senior team comprising associate vice president, director of student office, director for the Center for Learning, and also our chief information officer. We take in charge of the IT infrastructure. We have regular meetings to enhance the support to staff and students for the learning, teaching activities. We review the guidelines. We also establish handbook for online teaching and learning, and also we meet actually with our student representatives all together to understand the needs and collect feedback. Our student representatives actually did their own survey, and we also compile our surveys to collect feedback from our colleagues and students to ensure that we try to cover each concern, and then we try to address them within our reasonable bounds and also within psychologically emotional. I think sharing this is she shared a talk and PPT entitled Facilitating Co-Construction Knowledge Through Synchronous and Asynchronous Online Learning. And you can see that she encouraged students to speak up in online lessons, to voice their opinion, and encourage encourage students to contribute to each other learning and also to take more ownership of the lesson of their own learning. So this is a way that we try to disseminate across the board for our college consideration. We have also engaged a different kind of thing on top of teaching and learning. We have also put on a website a series of article written by experts in parenting, well-being, teaching and learning to help students through the crisis. You can see that we have the anti-virus workout, some sort of a short video, and also we try to disseminate the message that we become stronger and working together and caring each other. Also, we promote life education, a kind of value education that is quite prevalent in the Great China region in Asia. In two articles in a local newspaper, Ming Pao, under our center, Center for Religious and Spirituality Education Arrangement. Although it's written in Chinese, basically, we would like to send out positive messages and to really view things from a more positive angle perspective, and also try to encourage people to become more inclusive, more tolerant, and send the message of respecting each other and so on, and gratitude. In another faculty of the humanities, we also have colleagues sharing online teaching experience. We engage different ways of engaging students on online platform and environment. Because as you all know, when we talk about online teacher learning on a massive scale, in a large scale, I think it's quite different from only an innovation or experimental endeavor. So this needs really sharing of experience, encouragement, and also support. We have another colleague from the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences sharing, and also how his own experience of using feedback during online teaching, how to make use of the Zoom kind of platform in engaging in individual and group consultation, and also use of apps and other means of communication with students and colleagues. So this is sharing good practice. Another department, Health and Physical Education, joined hands with sport teacher to launch the home exercise. So if you all know, we need more exercise because of the constraint of the disease. So we promote and launch the home exercise for the SEN program to aim to encourage people with special needs to keep exercising and meet the COVID-19 epidemic. We also invite 10 elite athlete students or our alumni to produce short videos motivating the public to do simple exercise routines at home. So this is some of the, we have some renowned athletes connected with EDU and our alumni to work on that campaign. As regards resources and support, we have an office, Central Information Office, and also Center for Learning, Teaching and Technology, library, and also Student Affairs Office to provide counseling support, online resources, video recording, and so on. So there are a range of support ranging from policies, handbooks, providing a loan service of laptops for staff and students, and also upgrading software and hardware for video conferencing. We also conduct survey for our colleagues and students, and also we have the Zoom tutorial videos, with a lot of engagement of our colleagues and students. So I won't go to that, but you can see that there's a constantly, I would say, information informed decisions to address the needs, as appropriate. So we have other supportive measures, such as we have an emergency task force. We discuss new initiatives to minimize possible risks on infection on campus. We also engage in different units to coordinate efforts in terms of scheduling, working from home office, and so on. Also, recently, the heads of the 8 publicly funded universities in Hong Kong have announced that they would donate a portion of their salary for up to a year. Including myself as a vice president, also donate 10% of my a year salary to show our support for needy students affected by the coronavirus pandemic. So the health departments also exercise flexibility, allow colleagues to work from home on a rotational basis. Colleagues also have special needs, including those are pregnant and chronic disease. We try to arrange caring, alternative, and flexible work arrangement as appropriate. So colleagues and students must put on surgical masks on campus, especially during classic meetings. Checkpoint has been set up at the entrance. Use shuttle stop to measure body temperatures. Those returning staff and students are required to inform HOD and so on about their travel history, and the campus facility and services are operated on a reduced basis. We have also other, just to show you a quick look, other universities are doing similar, ranging from, counseling support, different kind of teaching and learning support. You can see that one of the local universities, China University Hong Kong, also act together against COVID-19 website. There are different things that we can draw upon inside the experience. Hong Kong Science University of Science Technology, Polytechnic University using a 3D printed face shields, eye shields for medics, reusable face shield for the public. Hong Kong University competition aims to inspire creativity in secondary school students across in response to the outbreak. Other universities like the research and so on. So I mean, I would like to, first of all to wish all of you to stay healthy, and we appreciate any feedback, and we learn all together to make to overcome this challenge. But I think it's also a good opportunity for us to reflect how to cope with the challenges positively, concertedly, and harmoniously. So thank you, and wish you all of you stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for sharing with us how the university, through its functions, can actually lead and provide support in managing the psychosocial impact and the other consequences of the pandemic. Now that we've heard about the two keynote presentations, now let's hear how Simeo and its partners respond to these consequences of COVID-19 pandemic. Our first panelist is Dr. Mukhtaruddin Mansour. Dr. Mukhtar is the director of Simeo Regional Center for Food and Nutrition, or RECFON, a medical doctor and a PhD in health and community care. He's currently the subcommittee chair of scientific conference and publication for the International Committee on Occupational Health. He's also the chair of the Indonesian College of Occupational Medicine. Dr. Mukhtar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sandra. Very good morning, Madam Chair, speakers, and participants. Very good morning, Indonesia and Bangkok, and maybe a different time in other place, and in Middle East, for example, maybe it's a very early morning. May I share my presentation? First, I would like to express my gratitude to Simeo Secretariat as the OC of this important webinar for giving me opportunity to share my talking about preventing and controlling the children's students' mental health problem during COVID-19 pandemic. In this presentation, I make point of the session what's emotional and psychosocial health issues brought by, what strategies can be utilized to deal with learners with emotional and psychosocial concern through COVID-19, how to promote and enhance emotional and psychosocial health during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. And then what is nutritional approach in preventing and controlling the mental health problem. We know that prolonged school closure and lockdowns with a greater duration on confinement, having inadequate supplies, difficulty securing medical care and medication, and resulting financial losses, differences among the stay-at-home orders issued by various jurisdiction, and conflicting messages from various sources will most likely intensify distress among the community, including students. Children are vulnerable to be experiencing mental health problems. They are likely to be experiencing worry, anxiety, and fear. Due to prolonged schools closure and lockdown, then children may no longer have that sense of structure and stimulation that is provided by the environment, and now they have less opportunity to be with their friends and get that social support that is essential for good mental well-being. Being at home can place some children at increased risk and increased exposure to child protection incidents, or make them witness to interpersonal violence in their home is not safe place. Although all children are perceptive to change, young children may find the change that have taken place difficult to understand, and they may express irritability and anger. Children may find that they want to be closer to their parents, make more demands on them, and in turn, some parents or caregiver may be under undue pressure themselves. There are numerous emotional outcomes to be acknowledged and not be ignored, including stress, depression, irritability, insomnia, frustration, boredom, stigma associated with quarantine. All the medical conditions from natural causes, such as life training, don't meet the current criteria of post-trauma stress disorder or PTSD. The present mental health problem after pandemic should be considered. There are three components of strategic dealing with learners with emotional and psychosocial concern due to COVID-19, including public education, service improvement, and advocacy and policy. Public education at least consisting providing an appropriate information about the situation, giving young people the love and attention, hygienic, healthy, and balanced nutrition habits, adult can be model for the children. Service improvement is essential to provide early detection and prompt response, at least to helping children to find ways to express themselves through creative activities and providing structure in the day. Mental health and psychosocial support service should be in place. Better collaboration among the school community to detect early any symptom of mental health problem. And then advocacy and policy is very important in terms of supporting policy to facilitate the psychosocial support program at the level individual, family, and community during and post the pandemic. WHO recommended some strategies to promote and enhance children's mental health during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically for children, they recommend help children find positive ways to express feelings such as fear and sadness. Every child has his or her own way of expressing emotion, sometimes engaging in creative activity such as playing or drawing can facilitate this process. Children feel relief if they can express and communicate their feeling in a safe and supportive environment. Children close to their parents and family, considered safe and avoid separating children and their carers as much as possible. If a child needs to be separated from his or her primary carer, ensure that appropriate alternative care is provided and that a social worker or equivalent will regularly follow up on the child. Ensure that during periods of separation, regular contact with parents and carers is maintained, such as skilled telephone or video calls or other age-appropriate communication. Maintain family routine in daily life as much as possible. Ramadan activities are a good example for Muslim family, for example in Indonesia or in Malaysia, because they will have more time together. They have more time to break fasting, to do iftar, and also pray together. And continue to play and socialize with others, even if only within the family. Now, I'm sharing the nutritional approach in preventing and controlling the student mental health problem. Although they're at home, make sure they eating breakfast and a regular meal. They have this all. Balanced nutrition with enough glucose through consuming healthy sources of carbohydrate, whole grain, vegetable, fruits, legumes, and lower fat dairy. Adolescent girls have more risk of anemia, feeling weak, tired, and lethargic all the time. Iron-rich food intake is essential. Red meat, poultry and fish, beans and pulse, fortified cereals, and avoiding drink tea with meals because they will inhibit the absorption of the iron. To get the balanced nutritional intake, in Indonesia we have the nutritional promotion poster of Isi Piringku or My Plate that the composition is depend on the age. Some studies show that some nutrients deficiencies effect on being depressed, irritable, or sleep disorders. It is recommended to make sure that all of this nutrition is sufficiently taken based on the recommended daily allowance. First is all B vitamin, thiamine B1, niacin B3, or cobalamin B12. We may find this in fortified foods, including whole grain cereals, animal protein foods such as meat, fish, eggs, and dairy. Second is folate that we may find the liver, green, green vegetable, orange, and other citrus fruits, beans, and fortified foods such as yeast extract and fortified breakfast cereals. The selenium we may find in nuts, meat, fish, seeds, and wholemeal bread. And last but not least is tryptophan we may find from chicken, fish, eggs, peanuts, cheese, pumpkin, and sesame seed milk. That is from my idea. Thank you very much. Stay healthy, safe, and productive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mukhtar, for defining the different strategies on how to deal with the emotional and psychosocial impact on children, with a very special focus on the nutritional needs of children. Our third panelist is also from the Simea family. Ms. Salma Jopri is the Center Director for Simea Regional Center for Special Education Needs, or SIMEA-SEN. Having earned her bachelor's degree in public policy from University Utara, Malaysia, and master's degree in education, governance, and administration from University Technology Malaysia, she has devoted more than 2 decades in education in Malaysia. Her previous works were attached to the Special Education Division and Technical and Vocational Division under the Ministry of Education, managing key portfolios and flagship programs under the Malaysian Education Initiatives. May I call on Ms. Salma?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandra. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandra. Selamat sejahtera and very good morning to Dr. Atul, Director of Civil Secretariat, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, as Dr. Sandra mentioned earlier, I'm Salma Jopri from SAMU, Regional Center for Special Educational Needs. Okay, and today I would like to touch on addressing challenges on emotional and psychosocial health among children with disabilities. So, based on World Economic Forum articles, it stated that currently an estimated 2.6 billion people, or one-third of the world population, is living under some kind of lockdown or quarantine. And according to UNESCO, a total of 188 countries have suspended schools nationwide. So having said that, it will definitely have an impact to the learners or students' emotional and psychosocial health, and for sure, this situation will have a larger impact to the children with disabilities. As we all know, children with disabilities are among those who are most dependent on face-to-face services including health, education and protection, and this routine has been suspended as part of social distancing and lockdown measures. So as I mentioned earlier, many, if not all students with disabilities needed hands-on materials and in-person interaction to get them to engage in any learning process. For example, students with certain disabilities rely on school-provided occupational therapy to help them accomplish physical tasks like writing or typing. So it is a challenge to conduct online learning with numbers of this group of children. So school now have to find ways to learn alternatively. So we have to understand that in this quarantine period, the normal routine or activities for these children is going to be disrupted. For instance, the intellectual disabilities children will be under distress, restless, due to not having their normal activities routine. So hearing impairment children will also have some troubles communicating their emotion or engage in learning if their parents or caregivers are not well trained in sign language. Or visual impairment children will end up frustrated when they are not able to learn as their home is lacking support materials such as braille, textbook, or magnifier equipment. So in these circumstances, these challenges will not only place to the child or student itself, but also to the parents or caregivers or guardians, and also to the teachers or educators. So parents or caregivers, on the other hand, will face difficulties in handling these children. Let's say if previously, on normal situation, they would just have to take care of these children maybe after school period, but now they have to handle these children 24 hours, 7 days a week. So issues such as communication barriers. Some parents or caregivers are not trained to communicate well with their children as compared to the teachers. For example, parent is not well versed in communicating through sign language, or parents who is not able to read the braille text devices, or even parents who do not know how to communicate well using correct method with intellectual disabilities children. Apart from that, it if it's happened that they also have another sibling staying together, this will create another attention issues to the parents as they have to juggle up between their limited energy and resources to manage the situation. Definitely, parents will definitely be worried that their children will regress academically or socially because of gap in services. Many parents say they haven't been told yet if and how their children will get all the special education services they used to get in school. So all of these concerns will put a toll on parents' mental or emotional health and needs to be addressed. At this time round, parents may play many roles. They are the therapists, they are the wife, they are the husband, and many more. So apart from that, teachers or educators also will face an emotional turmoil in this situation, as most of the teachers usually hold a deep connection with their children. So, not having the chance to see or communicate with these children in a way will summon a frustration and bring the regret not able to be helpful in this situation. So, most of the teachers and educators will be worried about the children's condition and afraid that this situation will stall the progress of the children. So I believe all schools or educators, they are trying their very best to deliver instruction in a way that never had been done before, and this raises of kind of challenges. So in short, we are looking at the children of students with mental health condition. We must also take into consideration on how to provide support or encouragement to the parents and teachers as well, so that we will be able to help them to lessen their emotional distress and ultimately be able to provide good care for these children. So, in order to address this, we need right now all parents and the teachers need to have is to establish an open communication between the parents and teachers or therapists through any platform possible. Meaning to say this is a two-way open communication. So this two-way open communication could be through text messages, through apps like WhatsApps, or any social platform by video call, or just by a telephone call. So this open communication need to be scheduled up with the proper objectives so that teachers will be able to guide the parents on how to provide learning services to the children based on each individual education plan. So in this part, parents and teachers need to be creative and open for suggestion and feedback from both sides on what way that is more suitable to provide these services. So teachers can brief the parents on the IEP goals, and parents could share what they are able to provide depending on the situation and resources available at home. So parents and teachers should be on the same page of understanding before they could draft and think out what list of activities that can be given to the child. So I would like to introduce one approach that is we call peace approach. It is practical, enjoyable, affordable, and simple approach in which it should be taken into consideration when deciding on the activities for the children. So teachers and parents must be creative to come up with activities that can be done depending on the limited resources at home and the parents' capacity. So progress feedback can be shared through a routine daily check-in with teachers, and I believe this approach not will only help to provide advantages to the children learning process, but also help to alleviate some of the concern by providing support and knowledge to the parents. So this way, the teachers also will be able to get in touch with their children and continue to monitor their well-being and progress during the quarantine period. So, how can we do better from this lesson learned during these pandemic consequences? And how can we move forward and be better prepared in some situation appears again in future, if let's say it appears again in future? So I would like to come up with first suggestion. The first suggestion is to provide rooms or opportunity for parents or caregivers to have more hands-on experience in managing or handling the children. And we could explore more school partner programs in which parents and caregivers could be a volunteer at school to learn and understand more about the needs and skills to attend to the needs of their children. And the second suggestion is for the education ministries of respective countries or training providers for special education to come up with a training module for the parents and caregivers itself. And we should not limit the training and capacity building program that only limited for the teachers and educators as what we are doing right now. So everybody, including the communities at large, also must have at least a minimal knowledge on how to attend the needs for these special education and children. So we all can agree that parents' involvement at home is crucial to complement the learning process in school. So by providing the knowledge support with such as training module, this could help the parents to assist the teachers, not only during this kind of situation, but also in long run as well. So this is part of what Samuel Sen has been drafting right now as we aspire to extend the knowledge of special education not only to the SEN teachers but also to the parents and also to the community as well. We hope by roping in together all relevant parties and providing knowledge support, everyone will be able to play their roles, provide assistance, and have a clear understanding on how to support these children. Lastly, we definitely need to ramp up the advocacy material with more focused and specialized approach. For example, relevant ministries or agencies or even NGOs at large can come up with a support helpline to provide information and assistance for the parents and caregivers for them to reach out for answers on how to deal with certain situations like what we are having right now. So I believe most of the parents are trying their very best to support the children education and progress if being given the right knowledge and support possible. Right now, everyone is trying to scramble to do their very best to provide whatever it is their, they feel that they can provide for our special children. So it is best for us to take as much as possible lesson learned that we have identified so far so that we will be more prepared in future to come. I pray for all parents, teachers, and also SEN children out there to be given more strength and wisdom to overcome these challenges. So we hope everybody will come out from this situation positively. So everyone's support and empathy is more important than ever for now. So let us look after one another and make sure no one is left behind in this situation. And may God bless us all. Stay safe, stay positive, stay connected. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selma, for discussing the challenges faced by the children with special needs, but also not only by these children, but also the parents, the caregivers, the teachers, and giving us suggestions on how to deal with these challenges. Let me just remind the participants, the YouTube watchers, that please you can send now your questions, but these questions are going to be tackled at the end of the panel discussion. Let me now introduce our third panelist for the morning, Ms. Erin Tanner, an education specialist of UNICEF East Asia Pacific Regional Office. She's currently working closely with SUMEO on the Southeast Asia Primary Learning Matrix. She has been with UNICEF for 10 years, working in Central Asia, Eastern Europe, Africa, and now in Bangkok. So Ms. Erin, please.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Salma. And I'm very happy to be here today, speaking with all of you. Today, I'll be sharing with you a general guidance that was prepared actually by our headquarters, so at the global level. And the guidance is really intended to support education, continuous learning programs during the COVID pandemic to integrate different components of mental health and psychosocial well-being for children. And I think the reason this guidance was developed is very much linked to all of the challenges that our speakers mentioned today. We're very aware that young children are facing high levels of stress, both about their own health and their family's health, but also anxiety about school closures and what that means for their academic future. And also, we're particularly cognizant of those particular children who are already facing significant risks and whose risks may be exacerbated by the current crisis and the confinement that it's brought. Um, so I think before I start with sharing the guidance, I wanted to remind us education people, and I am an education person, I'm not an expert in mental health. I wanted to remind us that actually, while our core business is obviously supporting children to learn their maximum, we are also, we sometimes forget, a very important integrated platform for supporting cross-sectoral services in a range of areas, including child protection, child health, etc. And so I think it's really important now for us to remember that as we develop and roll out different continuity of learning programs during this pandemic. And schools really have a critical role to play in communities in terms of identifying, referring, responding to issues of mental health, but also in reducing stigma for those families who may be affected by COVID-19, and also relaying information that may be coming from the national level or the even the local regional level to schools and to those most marginalized families, like Dr. Salma was talking about. So our guidance, it covers a few areas, and again, it's a global guidance, so it's quite general, but I hope that it might be a useful framework for some of the listeners out there. So the first piece of guidance is really to keep in mind the existing context before COVID, because in many school communities, unfortunately, we pre-existing issues with mental health and psychosocial challenges, whether it be bullying or gender-based violence, those kinds of issues, and any kinds of services that are already in place to respond to those issues should be taken into account and built upon during the COVID response. So we shouldn't try to replace those services with new COVID-specific services. So that's important, I think, to remember. Um, and next, I think, like the previous presentation spoke a lot about, schools have a mandate actually to really be proactive, even during the school closure time, in reaching out to those families and those children who the school knows are likely to be marginalized from their social networks, who may not be able to access the continuity of learning platforms, and who may be at higher risk of different mental health issues and challenges. So I think education sectors shouldn't just leave that to the social welfare workers, but they should really keep in mind how they themselves can reach out via face-to-face visits or phone calls to specific children and families who may be facing additional hardship during this time. Um, and then next, I think it's important as well to remember that mental health challenges is a wide range of different types of challenges and issues. And so it's important for education workers to think about how those different issues affect different types of children. So services, for example, in place on stress and anxiety, they should consider how those kinds of challenges can impact girls and boys differently, for example, or how they can impact children who already have pre-existing health issues, who may be more anxious for certain reasons than other children. So I think really making sure that those services are adapted to the specific ages and different characteristics of children is very important. And then lastly, as we heard in the last presentation as well, it's really critical that any messaging and services being pushed out through various channels are inclusive and accessible, especially to the most at-risk communities and the most vulnerable groups. And so we know, for example, that children with disabilities have significant challenges in accessing some of the information that's going out about COVID. But we also know, for example, children who may not have access to internet, caregivers who don't have TVs, or other types of access to mass media, we may need to put in place specific outreach programs to reach those families. Similarly, children from minority linguistic groups, any kinds of translation that can be organized for them is really important for making sure we reach really every child. And then just continuing the guidance, I was thinking maybe this next recommendation should actually be first. And this is that all continuing learning programs should absolutely put in place mechanisms to protect children from experiencing violence while they're online um, learning. And unfortunately, we've already seen some of these cases. And it's really critical that education systems think about this. It's not just about getting children access to the learning, they have to be able to be safe while they're learning online, especially since they're spending so much more time in front of their screens now than they normally would. And then as I've been pushing education as an integrated platform, I think it's also important to remember that teachers and education personnel, they're not experts in mental health. They're not counselors by training. They are teachers. So during this school closure time, they will require additional training and support for the services that we're asking them to provide. If they're reaching out, for example, to children with disabilities, they should have some guidance about how they should reach out, what kinds of conversations they should be having with families. And teachers, as well, as we know, are humans. Sometimes it seems like we forget that in education, but they're also experiencing lots of stress and anxiety in their households. Many are stressed about when work will resume and what that means for their careers. Many of them have children at home where they're also trying to manage. And so they may also need access to those mental health and psychosocial services, particularly during the school closure time, but also on the return to school. And then the last one is a very practical guidance, which is about uh, making sure that education officials, even during school closures, know what kinds of services exist to support mental health at the local level. So whether it's public services or private services, schools should really be working with their social sector colleagues to find and map these services so that they can really make parents and children aware of the options that exist to them. And then I won't go in too much detail about this, but I did want to note that, you know, in UNICEF, we respond to a lot of emergencies around the world, and this one is very unique, as health pandemics like Ebola, for example, were, in the sense that parents are actually the main frontline responders in this response and in this crisis. And so we shouldn't forget that parents are really our key partners in continuing learning, but also in helping children to deal with stress at home. And so I think the education sector, in partnership with health and the other sectors, should really be cautious to provide parents with as much support as possible in terms of how they can reduce their own stress and manage their own anxiety, but also support their children to manage their stress, and how they can actually talk to their children in a productive way about what COVID means and what it means for their schooling. So I've just put here some links in case anyone is interested afterwards to go and look. But I think let's keep in mind that parents are our very key partners in this at this time. And then just to finish, I think we've been focusing a lot on the continuity of learning during the pandemic, and already in our region, we're hearing about some countries starting to think about opening up schools and when to open up. And so I think we should also be shifting our thinking a little bit to how can we open up schools in a better way, and how can we prepare schools for the return of teachers and students to normal, or the new normal, as everyone is saying. And so I think, for example, strengthening referral systems is something where everyone here has probably been really working hard for years to strengthen the linkages between education and the different sectors. So I think this could be an opportunity for us to capitalize on advancing some of those reforms. It's also an opportunity for us to put in place really clear guidelines and codes of conduct for schools, so that schools know what to do when a case of mental health or psychosocial distress is identified, and that schools are very committed to following those guidelines. Schools also, as when schools begin to reopen, they need to play an active role in disseminating positive messaging, either at the community level or at the national level, in terms of reducing parents and children's fears of health concerns and various concerns about the return to school. and raising awareness in response to those fears about the kinds of services that are available to children and to caregivers. And teachers, as I said, when schools reopen, we need to help teachers to continue to build their ability to create a cultivating and positive school environment for children, to help support mental health in a positive way. And schools even may want to consider putting in place activities, daily stress management routines, relaxation techniques that can take a variety of forms. But those are some things that maybe we should be starting to think about as schools begin to talk about reopening. So I'll leave it there, and I'm sorry I went very fast, but I hope that that was useful for some of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Erin, for sharing with us the general guidelines of UNICEF and also for highlighting that the schools are actually platforms for intersectoral issues. Okay, thank you very much. Now let's look at the questions from our viewers, from our participants. May I call on Dr. Moore? Dr. Moore, can we have the questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandra. Hello, everyone. There's a lot of questions posted on YouTube, and that we are hardworkingly selected some questions that would help to addressing all the issue that our viewers asking. There are a lot of questions on infrastructure and on assessment, which we will not answer that today. We will focus the question on the emotional and psychosocial. So for other question on infrastructure and assessment, there will be other sessions that will be for our next webinar. Let's see some of questions today. The question would come out in YouTube live, which flowing a whole lot, and this is the sample of it. We read all the questions and select some that would be we would think a lot of people ask the same question and want to know. The first question is on the impact. This might be addressed to Dr. Pratap. What is the impact or how does physical distancing between family members affect the emotional and psychological health, especially in children? The question from Janice Gelio.
Dr. Pratap, please.
Can you pose the question again? I couldn't see. Yes, thank you very much. In fact, as you have already heard from the speakers from SEN and also from the UNESCO regarding the teachers and parents and how to look at children. As you can see here now, with this COVID social distancing policy, homes become school, and also moms become teachers. So therefore, you can see here that that is a role change there. And of course, physical distancing doesn't mean that it is a social distancing. So therefore, in fact, as you can see here with the psychosocial assessment and also the support that you have heard earlier, that especially the children who are at risk group, or also some children who already have the existing mental conditions or some kind of behavioral conditions, usually they need more help. And also when the school close, they cannot access to those kind of assistance. And also many children in the developing countries, as you can see, sometimes this would have affect them more because nutrition aspect, they would not be able to access to the lunch program, to some of the support that they get it from school. So therefore, these children really need a kind of the help, and when they do not access that kind of help, then there will be impact on the psychosocial aspect of the children. So I think that what already mentioned by SEN and also by UNESCO, UNICEF, then I think they can put on these issues so that we can see the whole picture that how support can be given to them. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, do we have other questions?
Yes, this question on the school support for psychological health. How to manage and lead university response to support psychosocial health during the pandemic? This question is addressed to Professor Lee from Estelita Sequin.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Actually, I think I think I have already elaborated some of our measures to support psychosocial health during academic, especially to colleagues and students. I mean, in university. But as you know, the education university are very strong link with school. Actually, we have also student teachers now trying to engage in different forms of field experience practices. Of course, not going to school now because of school closure, but engaging in online teaching and learning. But in that, I understand that some of our colleagues also engage in offering volunteering, counseling support, and also to initiate some positive education programs to support school on, on as appropriate. So I think this is important. I think I would like to address one point as raised by the former colleague in the Q&A. The change of the roles for parents also is both a challenge and also an opportunity. Because of the pandemic, I think parents may have more time and opportunities to really communicate with the children at home. So I believe more parenting skills may be needed to encourage parents to take this opportunity more positively, to communicate and to engage in parental care for children. So this is the brief response I would like to offer. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, one more question, please.
Just one?
Let's see the time.
Okay, all right.
We need to manage the time.
This is on parenting. Nelly Juliana asking, since pandemic, we create distant learning, but parents of students are not ready to observe and guide their lesson kids at home. The question is how to manage parent of students stress because of that.
Since the viewer did not identify a speaker, can we ask Eric to respond to this? It's about distance learning.
Sure. And I think it's not an easy question. I think it's a very relevant one as well, because I think a lot of parents, including myself, who also I have 3 small children, and as experiencing this, trying to balance their own stress, their own work, as well as the new responsibility of guiding their children's lessons. So I think there's 3 things I can say. I think first, we need to support parents, as I said in my presentation, and not just providing moral support, but actually giving them concrete guidance on what they should be doing in the house. How should they be structuring the day? How should they be setting aside time? And I think in the links where I shared, there's some very clear guidance, for example, about establishing a place and a time every day when children should be sitting down in the house to work. And so I think that's the first thing, as much guidance as we can. I think the second thing would be to create communication channels between education personnel, teachers, and parents. So some of the online systems have kind of a fora where parents and teachers can interact, and students and teachers can interact. And so I think the more communication that we can promote between parents and schools, the more supported parents will feel and the better they'll be able to manage. So that's maybe a second point. And then the third point, I think, is that we really need to manage our expectations of what children and parents will be able to achieve during this time. And I heard a lot of people had questions about assessments, and we're seeing that a lot. And I think we need to be flexible and forgiving of parents and children that they'll not be able to learn at the same rates as they would during schools. There really is a value added to teachers and to schools. So I think we need to keep in mind that that flexible mindset and try and be a little bit forgiving of parents when they're not able to deliver at the same kind of level of output as teachers. Thank you.
Okay, we still have a lot of questions, but we're running out of time. We're supposed to be ending at 11:30, so now may I call on Dr. Ethel for a summary of the presentation. Dr. Ethel, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandra. Thank you very much to our almost 2,300 participants in this first webinar of Simeo, focusing on emotional and psychosocial health during COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, we have learned a lot from our experts, from our speakers for today, from Dr. Pratap. He went on by informing us on the situation of COVID and the pandemic since 100 years ago and what we're facing today, and emphasizing actually on the mental health and well-being. We said that, undue stress, loneliness, isolation would be a very big concern for Simeo as well as all of us who are listening to this webinar. Professor Lee also emphasized the framework for training, for infrastructure, and policy making, making inclusion and equity our guiding principle. So we have learned that we should address the vulnerable groups and let not the weakest in this situation be the losers. We have learned a lot on how to take care of our children with disabilities, that we should continue to provide communication, the parents and other relatives who are working and being with the children with disabilities. They're so important at this time. So many recommendations from our CMEO Special Education Needs Director. On a personal level, we also learned a lot about how to take care of ourselves, our nutrition, our food, and how to balance information, coordination, and creative activities during this crisis. UNICEF importance the need for guidance on mental health, psychosocial support, as well as other important information from the international organization to respond to school closures. So our key messages for this particular webinar is that CIMEO is one with you in supporting mental well-being campaign, that we can stay together to make sure that well-being of everyone is addressed and to protect the most vulnerable group. Having this webinar like this would provide us information, right information from our experts. We shall also be promoting greater collaboration in terms of recommendations that were put in place today. These are also very useful for CIMEO member countries, and right now we are consolidating all online resources, including information on mental and psychosocial health and well-being. We are also doing the webinar to help shape the future of education in the post-COVID world. Recommendations would help us reimagine education and help us open new possibilities for what we call as the new normal and the new world. And action point is that we should share our online tools. There are many, but we should be selective of which ones are helpful and beneficial to our own circumstances, our own context on mental and well-being. We should also stay on track, identifying our team who will be helpful in consolidating information and suggesting response at this time. A focal person to help in this particular phenomena would be very important. Let us continue to seek and share online therapy resources in cases of those who have already been lonely, isolated, and who are experiencing problems on mental health. And let us not forget that we should stay active, continue with our normal schedule, be entertained once in a while with all the challenges that you can see in YouTube and other social media, and occupy ourselves with lifting spirits. Now we're saying that before they want that everybody would have positive attitude, but now we are changing the way we look at positive. So let us continue to lift spirits in our community, in our family, in our office, and share mental well-being campaign, and stay healthy, stay safe, connected, and we have more to come. So tomorrow we will be looking at your questions regarding learning continuity. Learning continues despite the COVID pandemic. We will take a look at making distance learning, open educational resources, and online resources matter during COVID-19 education disruption. This is also a very important topic as the move shifted from face-to-face to online learning and home-based learning. Parents are having bigger and greater role, and then we should learn how to do this well. So please stay tuned for our webinar too, and let me thank with my whole heart and the Simia family, all our speakers. Dr. Pratap, continue with your good work. Professor Lee, thank you so much for sharing with us your expertise, your leadership, management style in the time of COVID pandemic. Our directors from Simio Sen, Simio Recfon, and also UNICEF. And our 2,300 participants for today, we will continue to share information with you. You have some questions, we will not leave them. We will continue to dialogue and do conversation with you, even offline and even after this session. We will continue to post this YouTube so that the whole community of Southeast Asia and those who are out would learn from how Simeo, how Southeast Asian member countries have helped in promoting well-being and mental and psychosocial health. So again, thank you very much. We're on time, 11:30. Stay tuned for tomorrow and mabuhay. Thank you. Sawadee ka.
So, so that's it for the first webinar of CMA's response to COVID-19 pandemic. There are three more coming. Again, let's thank all of those who joined us, the speakers, but also please for those who joined us, please maximize the opportunity to take a look at all the resources because some of your questions can be answered by the resources that were actually offered and mentioned by our participants. The materials will be uploaded for sharing later. And let me just again invite you for tomorrow. Just one last information. CIMEO together with CIMEO TropMed as the lead center is actually implementing a psychosocial mental health project in the school setting. So we've finished the development of the generic modules. It has been pre-tested. Now we're on the pilot testing. We got a commitment of Thailand and the Philippines to pilot test these modules for 3 levels. So goodbye. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Hello, goodbye.
Have a good lunch.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
It's time to open our eyes to a bright and promising promoting knowledge and policies, we can build a better world. Let us make a stand for our precious alone. Bringing future us for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and grace. Hear us sing building the future is our legacy.
Dr. Living, you can press any button on the keyboard and you can choose to join as the panelist.
Excellencies, Simeo High officials, partners, observers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the first virtual high level forum on the International Teacher Task Force, Simeo UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education, high level forum on teacher competencies in digital revolution, reaching the unreached, held on the 30th of July 2021. My name is Tanutra Mbupa. I'm a project assistant at the Simeo Secretariat. It's my great honor to be here with you as an MC for today's virtual forum. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite Dr. Carlos Vargas Dames, Head of UNESCO Section of Teacher Development and the Secretariat of International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, to deliver the welcome remarks. Please welcome Dr. Carlos.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. I would like to thank CMAO for the organization of this high-level forum on teacher competencies in the digital revolution, reaching the unreached, that we were able to participate and coordinate with UNESCO's IIT and also the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, whose secretariat I have the pleasure to lead. My name is Carlos Vargas, and I am also the Chief of Section for Teacher Development at UNESCO. Now, let me share some insights with you as to how the COVID-19 pandemic has unveiled immense challenges and gaps on ICTs in education and on the implementation of online or distance education. The pandemic forced teachers to implement blended and distance learning modalities, often without sufficient guidance, training, or resources. Worldwide, teachers didn't have enough training or support to shift to online education and to use technologies pedagogically. Some of the challenges raised were also on equity. The pandemic evidenced the gap in accessing devices and connectivity between the better off and the most underserved areas. According to a fact sheet that we published in World Teachers Day in 2020, over two-thirds of primary schools globally, that's 73%, had access to electricity, which is of course a critical support for ICTs, and this ranges from 31% in sub-Saharan Africa to 55% in Southern Asia and 100% in Central Asia. Additionally, access to school computers is not universal in most middle and low income regions, varying from 96% in Central Asia to 20% in Southern Asia. In addition to access to devices and connectivity, teachers need training and support on developing digital skills. Many teachers were forced to switch to online education without having training and the required skills. The same fact sheet that I just mentioned highlights that in member countries of the OECD, 56% of teachers reported that they had used ICTs in teacher and training. This is in the most advanced economies, and only 43% felt prepared for the use of ICTs. An average of 60% of teachers reported using ICTs for teaching in recent continuing professional development activities. That is very telling of the lack of skills, of competencies, of comfort that teachers have in using ICTs, and that is something that needs to grow. Improving teachers' digital competencies is key to the teaching profession and to address some of the challenges raised. Teachers must be accompanied in the development of quality distance education as well as on their own professional development. Now, in this regard, the UNESCO ICT Competency Framework for Teachers, which we developed and published in 2018, emphasizes the importance of training teachers on ICT competencies in pre-service, in-service, and ongoing professional development. According to the framework, 6 aspects need to be addressed on teacher training on ICTs: understanding ICT in education policy, curriculum and assessment, pedagogy, application of digital skills, organization and administration, and teacher professional learning. And this at 3 levels: at the level of knowledge acquisition, knowledge deepening, and knowledge creation. Thus, training teachers on ICTs is a complex and demanding area that must be unpacked and should be addressed comprehensively. Finally, the pandemic has stressed the key role played by teachers. Teachers have innovated, they have shown great leadership and autonomy to address many of these issues. However, to face the gaps in digital skills, teachers cannot act alone. They need to be empowered, but they also need training materials and support. This role played by teachers and the great autonomy they have shown evidence the importance of hearing teacher voices and their innovations. Many initiatives, like the event today, give us an opportunity to raise teachers' participation at the heart of responses and to call on social dialogue and teacher participation as key components to overcome the crisis. Opportunities like today's webinar are unique to share knowledge and good practices, which has been proven to be a powerful practice as part of COVID-19 responses. By sharing their experiences, teachers have created communities of practice, they have supported one another, and have found common solutions to similar challenges. I wish you all the most fruitful conversations to continue to advance in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos, for a very warm welcome message. Next, please allow me to invite Mr. Tao Shan, Director of UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education, Russia, to deliver the message by Information Communication Technology Competency Standards, Status of Implementation and Way Forward. Mr. Tao Shan, the floor is yours.
Dear ministers, colleagues and friends from Southeast Asia, greetings from Moscow, from UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education. IITE is very delighted to collaborate with the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization for the organization of this high-level forum on teacher competencies in the digital revolution, reaching the unreached. The COVID-19 pandemic has once again proven the unique power of information technologies in education, emergency response, and education transformation. Digital technology is reshaping teaching and learning. Education will go digital. This is the most important lesson learned from the pandemic. Meanwhile, it is clear that teachers are at the ever challenging position in this digital transformation and therefore demand systematic support. Furthermore, how to ensure inclusion, how to reach the unreached is the most challenging issue we are facing, and we have to take actions collectively to find innovative solutions. Otherwise, the goal of SDG 4 cannot be reached. RITE and CMU, as the two coordinators of Teacher Task Force Working Group on ICT and Distance Education, have been working together on this challenging issue with great support from Teacher Task Force Secretariat and my colleague Dr. Carlos and colleagues from UNESCO Bangkok office. This high-level forum aims at exchanging and examining innovative experience both at the policy level and at practical level, and developing an action agenda on improving teachers' competencies in the digital revolution. I would like to thank the ministers and experts as well as all participants for your contribution. The Southeast Asia region has demonstrated its collective strengths in education, emergency response, and the shared determination for future education transformation. IITE is very proud of being part of this collective approach. I wish a very productive forum and look forward to further collaborations with colleagues from Southeast Asia. Please take care and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tao Shan, for the insightful message. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite Dr. Etel Agnes Pasco Venezuela, Director of the CMU Secretariat, Thailand, to present the overview and mechanics to today's high-level forum. Dr. Etel, the floor is yours.
Distinguished high officials of CMEO member countries, associate member country, affiliate member, International Teacher Task Force member countries, distinguished educators, teaching personnel, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Issues of availability of and access to educational technologies like hardware and software became pronounced when in-person classes were suspended due to this pandemic. We see a lot of headlines like school children climbing trees to get signal for online classes, or students trekking hills and mountains just to attend online classes. These are day-to-day news that we hear during this time of pandemic. Teachers like you and me were put on spotlight on such news, particularly those who are teaching the most disadvantaged students. There are many schools that can be categorized as disadvantaged. Remote rural schools, small schools that are in difficult circumstances, and those which are relatively underserved. Border schools are also in disadvantaged situation because of their location, and a number of them are also considered as multi-grade or small schools in Southeast Asia. These disadvantaged schools are at the lower end of disparities when it comes to accessing ICT and digitalization. This pandemic heightened the digital divide that is contributing to the education crisis that we are currently facing in our region. And the number is outstanding. Half of the total number of learners, some 826 million students, kept out of the classroom by COVID-19 pandemic and do not have access to a desktop computer, 43% of them. They have no internet at home. And at a time when digitally based distance learning materials are being utilized, they have problem with this. In these circumstances, we have to think that all children deserve quality and accessible education because education is a fundamental human right and public good. Teachers must have the right knowledge, competencies, skills, and values to allow them to reach to the learners in these difficult circumstances. That's why CIMEO, the International Teacher Task Force for Education 2030, the alliance of committed partners providing policy recommendations for member countries, and UNESCO IIEE in Moscow bonded together to promote better education even in a disadvantaged setting. The Teacher Task Force has thematic groups. Simeo is part of the ICT and distance learning and leading this with UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education. We have been reaching the unreached with our education agenda. Priority number two, addressing barriers to inclusion. We also are keen on improving the teaching workforce through priority number five, revitalizing teacher education. And today we're gathered to discuss further in this high level forum on teacher competencies in digital revolution, reaching the unreached. So, in this particular high level forum of policymakers from the region, we will examine the solutions proposed by governments or undertaken by governments and discuss national and regional solutions so that we can have an action agenda for the next 3 years to address barriers to inclusive education and the digital divide. We will also be hearing some sharing on innovation in this time of pandemic that promoted learning continuity and furthermore policy reforms that we can perhaps undertake to enhance teacher competencies in this digital age and in this time of pandemic. So, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are very lucky to have with us the high officials of Simeo and our dear Mr. Saint Chernwei, Deputy Director General of Education from the Ministry of Education, Singapore, will be talking about the main theme of this meeting. We hope that you will listen intently to the different discussions on teacher ICT competencies during emergency, ICT support for teachers and learners in disadvantaged contexts, and remote education and learning continuity models. We have also invited Simeo centers who have developed some innovations and initiatives in ICT and DE. Simeo SEM, Simeo Innotech, and Simeo Simulec. We're also very lucky to have with us the Secretary General and the President of International Council for Distance Education based in Norway and the Kingdom of Morocco, who will be sharing some important advances in the field of ICTDE, especially during this time of pandemic. At the end of the forum, we'll be able to present to you our action agenda that we will undertake in order for us to help in bridging the digital divide and the capacity building for teachers. And finally, we'll be listening to the closing remarks of the Simeo Council Vice President represented by the Philippines. We hope that today we will learn something new. We could be more optimistic in bringing ICT competencies during emergencies, providing ICT support, and ensuring continuity of learning in disadvantaged contexts. Let us all support our education frontliners, the teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eto. Next, may I please invite Mr. Sung Shenwei, Deputy Director General of Education from Ministry of Education Singapore, to deliver the keynote message. Mr. Sung, the floor is yours. Mr. Sung,
Okay,
please.
thank you for unmuting me.
Yes.
Right, let me share my screen. Right, I hope you can see my screen. Um, Excellencies, high officials, fellow educators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Singapore. I'm Chen Wei, the Deputy Director General of Education in charge of curriculum at the Ministry of Education Singapore. It is my honor to serve as a speaker at today's forum on teacher competencies in the digital revolution.
Excuse
Let me,
me,
yes,
Mr. Sung, we
yes.
actually cannot see your screen. Could you please
Oh, let me
stop and share again, please?
share again, right? I'll do that.
If not, we can also share it for you.
It should be coming up now. Are you able to see it?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Like as I was saying, let me start by briefly describing Singapore's journey in preparing our students for a digital future. We are all too familiar with the driving forces behind the digital revolution. They are not something new that began with COVID, but the pandemic has certainly brought these forces to even sharper relief. Advancement in technology have now made learning anywhere and anytime an achievable target and not just a dream. The growing application of adaptive technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are transforming the way our students live, work, and play. The problems we are trying to solve in education today have also become more complex. Ensuring access to education is still important, but I'm afraid no longer good enough. It is also no longer adequate to just prepare our young to be employable upon graduation. We need to equip them with the skills and dispositions that will help them stay employable long after they have left the school system. There are also waves of demographic changes sweeping through our societies. Our young are constantly navigating between the physical world and the cyber world, each with its own set of risks and challenges. They are more connected than ever to distant land, cultures, and ideas, but need to be more discerning and responsible in order to harness this connectivity constructively. The education system in Singapore is in the process of responding to these developments. One key response from us is to help every student develop the ability to learn for life. When the future is increasingly less predictable, it becomes increasingly important for us to be able to learn continuously on our own and not just depend on what we have learned in schools years ago. In order to help our students become lifelong learners, we need our teachers to also hone their ability to learn continuously. To support this transition, we are refreshing our curriculum to develop stronger joy in learning and stronger intrinsic motivation in our students, and creating more opportunities for them to practice self-directed learning and independent learning. It is vital for our education system to remain an uplifting force for every student so that anyone can succeed through his or her own efforts and strengths, regardless of family background. Yet, it is only natural that those who succeed will want to pass on their advantages to their children. It is therefore common to see around the world that educational outcomes are correlated with socio-economic status. It may not be possible for us to completely level the playing field, but we must at least do enough to ensure that students from less privileged background can fulfill their potential. We have developed a Learn for Life agenda in Singapore to focus the energy and efforts of our schools over the next few years, using the tree as an imagery. Just as a tree needs strong roots to anchor itself, keeping the education system as an uplifting force for all our students and helping them to internalize the importance of learning for life will be critical to helping them stand tall against the uncertain future. Just like a tree cannot grow without sunlight, we cannot achieve our goals without strengthening the capability of our educators. The structural and curriculum changes that we're making, be it the stronger emphasis on cyber wellness and mental health, or the introduction of Skills Future movement to enable all Singaporeans to upskill themselves throughout their working life, form the trunk and the branches of the tree to spread out and bear fruits. Let me now share some aspects of our curriculum refresh to help students thrive in this increasingly digital and complex world. When we think about harnessing technology in education, digital inclusion is an important precursor. There are three foundational components of digital inclusion: hardware, software, and digital literacy. Due to COVID, our schools in Singapore went into distant learning, which we call home-based learning, for a month last year and almost 2 weeks this year. In pivoting to home-based learning, our schools loan out more than 20,000 computing devices to their students. This suggests that about 5% of our student population either do not have or do not have enough computing devices at home to carry out online learning. Even before COVID, we have announced to progressively roll out a national digital literacy program over the next few years, so that all secondary school students will be equipped with a personal learning device by the end of 2028. Our experiences with COVID convince us that we need to greatly accelerate this rollout to achieve full digital inclusion sooner. We have therefore compressed this rollout so that all our secondary school students will be equipped with their own device by the end of this year. The ministry is of course mindful to provide adequate financial support so that no students will be denied this personal device due to affordability issues. In fact, for students on financial assistance, they do not need to pay anything out of pocket. However, having the hardware is not enough. Teachers and students need a dynamic platform with quality learning resources and tools that get refreshed regularly in order for them to conduct their teaching and learning effectively and in a safe environment. We have developed a national online learning platform called the Singapore Student Learning Space to support all our teachers and students with e-learning resources and tools. These resources are not developed just by the curriculum planners in the ministry headquarters. Our teachers are also encouraged to share the resources they have developed for their classes with the entire teaching fraternity using this online platform. However, providing hardware and software is still not good enough. In order for students to navigate the digital space responsibly and constructively, we need to strengthen their digital literacy. We are therefore increasing the focus on cyber wellness in our curriculum and creating more opportunities for our students to develop digital skills in their learning. For example, our mathematics curriculum will expose students to more computational thinking, including the use of simple codes to solve problems. Our secondary science curriculum will provide stronger exposure to the use of emerging technology in our daily lives, be it artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, or big data. These materials are introduced as non-examinable content in line with the spirit of promoting intrinsic motivations in learning. Through the total curriculum, our students will develop the ability to use technology effectively to find, think, apply, and create. Our institutes of higher learning are also reviewing their courses to strengthen, where appropriate, the nexus between the respective disciplines and the application of technology. We are also in the process of reimagining the concept of classroom and asking ourselves some fundamental questions. With the ability for students to learn anywhere and anytime, shouldn't our notion of schools and classrooms be expanded beyond the physical boundaries? Wouldn't any place become a classroom if learning is taking place? The ability of our teachers to customize their teaching to students with different abilities and interests has been enhanced through pedagogies like differentiated instruction. However, this level of customization is still limited, as a teacher still has to divide his or her attention among a class of 30 or 40. Can technology complement teachers by providing a level of customization that is almost personalized to the needs of individual students? With the growing importance of lifelong learning and the proliferation of technology that allows learning anywhere and anytime, we ought to move away from the traditional conception that learning has to be front-loaded in the first 20 years of students' lives when they are in the school system. Much of what they need to know and do in the future may not even have been created yet. How can we help them to become more self-directed and independent in their learning so that they're able to learn on their own long after they have graduated from schools? In response to these questions, we have decided to make home-based learning a regular feature of our school experience for the secondary and pre-university students. By all our secondary and pre-university students to undergo about 1 day of home-based learning every fortnight. Today, around 80% of our secondary schools and pre-university institutions have already started doing so in some form. This regular home-based learning will involve largely asynchronous learning so that students will have the autonomy to decide on the sequencing, pacing, and timing of their learning activities on that day. By doing so regularly, we seek to help them develop the habits and confidence to learn on their own and the ability to take charge of their own learning. This regular home-based learning will also entail some time set aside for students to initiate their own learning outside of the curriculum. They can explore different interests, be it in coding, baking, gardening, environmental education, or financial literacy, and find ways to learn about this on their own. This is to encourage them to discover their interests and develop more intrinsic motivations in learning. The recent advancements in artificial intelligence have also offered us new possibilities in education. While such technology cannot replace teachers, as teaching and learning is fundamentally a social process that thrives on human connections, it can complement the work of teachers. For instance, if our purpose of assessment is to enable students to identify their learning gaps and for teachers to determine the necessary interventions, why should we put all students in a class through the same test? By using adaptive assessment, where students are given tailored questions based on their responses to previous questions, we are likely able to diagnose their learning gaps more quickly and accurately. In Singapore, we are thus embarking on a 10-year roadmap to experiment with the harnessing of artificial intelligence in education. We are starting with the piloting of adaptive assessment tools in mathematics and English language. If they show promising outcomes, we will extend these efforts to other subjects. We are also conceptualizing adaptive learning systems, which can make use of the adaptive assessment outcomes to support every student with a personalized learning pathway to address the diagnosed learning gaps. These capabilities will be built into our student learning space so that every teacher and student can access it easily and seamlessly in the course of daily teaching and learning. If we are able to do this well, then every student, even those who do not have or cannot afford personal tutors, can benefit from being given personalized support. This is another effort to level the playing field and provide our less advantaged students a leg up. Next, I'll move on to share how we are equipping our teachers to achieve these objectives. We are all too mindful that the role of teachers goes way beyond just imparting knowledge. They are responsible for the total development of the young lives under their charge, ensuring that they grow up with sound values, strong social emotional skills, and 21st century competencies needed to thrive in the future. Even in the area of academic learning, gone are the days when teachers see themselves narrowly as just helping students to acquire knowledge. They are now designers of learning experiences and facilitators of learning, so that what students learn is enduring, engaging, and applicable in the real world. In Singapore, we have come up with a professional development roadmap to equip all our teachers with the ability to implement this desired curriculum and policy changes. This roadmap focuses on 6 areas of practice: assessment literacy, inquiry-based learning, differentiated instruction, support for students with special educational needs, e-pedagogy, and character and citizenship education. Within each area of practice, courses are designed with different level of mastery. Every teacher can self-evaluate their own level of proficiency in each area and then sign up for courses that can bring them to the next level of mastery. We want our teachers to take ownership of their professional development and chart their own professional growth. Specific to the strengthening of teachers' capability to teach with technology, apart from courses on e-pedagogy, there are also courses on data literacy and cyber wellness education. This will help them to become more skillful in analyzing and interpreting assessment data to inform their interventions and in ensuring student safety and well-being in the digital space. The COVID disruption these past years have severely tested the resilience and adaptability of schools and educators around the world. Despite this testing time, many educators have found creative ways to overcome local challenges to help students continue with learning and support their mental and emotional well-being. Many of them are emerging from this crisis with a stronger ability to harness technology in education and a newfound confidence in overcoming the odds. Many of our students are also emerging from the crisis with stronger ability to learn on their own and a keener appreciation of the value of schooling. As an education system, if we are able to help them cement these gains and not lose them when COVID crisis is finally over, we will emerge from this pandemic stronger than before. I've come to the end of my sharing. Thank you for your attention and patience. More importantly, I want to thank you for standing by your students through these difficult times and doing your best to help them ride this pandemic with courage and hope. I wish you an enriching forum ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sung, for sharing the inspiring keynote message. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the section of thematic panel presentation from CMO high officials and teacher task force member countries. For the first session, there will be 3 moderators to kindly moderate the presentation groups. Please allow me to introduce our first honor moderator from Group A, Teachers ICT, Competency During Emergency. Lesson from the Pandemic. The moderator will be Dr. Wang Li Bing, Senior Program Specialist in Higher Education, Chief of Section for Educational Innovations and Skills Development at UNESCO Thailand. Dr. Wang, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is Li Bing Wang from UNESCO Bangkok. Dear high officials of CMIL, dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. And I'm so happy to have the opportunity to chair this session. In the next 25 minutes, we are going to have 4 speakers talking about teachers' ICT competencies during emergency, lessons learned from the pandemic. And each speaker will be given 3 to 5 minutes to make your presentation. So the time is very limited, but we are looking forward to very inspiring presentations from all of you. Our first speaker is Dr. Day Kimbori, Deputy Director General of Policy and Planning from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports from Cambodia. Dr. Day, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I hope that everyone can see my screen sharing. Very good morning from Cambodia. Dr. Carlos Vargas Tames, Teacher Task Force, Head of Secretariat, UNESCO Headquarters. Mr. Tao Zhang, Director, UNESCO IITE. Dr. Estelle Valenzuela, CMO Secretariat Director. CMO High Official, Honorable Speakers, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to begin with my sincere thanks and gratitude to CMO Secretariat, UNESCO Institute for Information Technology in Education, International Task Force on Teacher for Education 2030, and other involved stakeholders for making this important virtual high-level forum on the teacher competency in the digital revolution, bridging the unbridged happen. The theme teachers ICT competency during emergency, lesson from the pandemic, comes at the right time as the world has been facing and fighting the global pandemic, COVID-19. So I will be sharing with you the 4 important points: the Education Ministry ICT policy, the digital transformation and learning continuity during pandemic, the technology enhanced teaching learning innovation during pandemic, and key policy direction on teacher competency in the digital revolution. So the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport of the Kingdom of Cambodia recognize that the country competitive advantage is driven by our human resource capacity in the 21st century skill. including the information and communication technology competency. So to create ICT enhanced teaching, learning innovation, and to invest in teacher professional development in this area of ICT, the policy and strategy for ICT in education has been developed and become a sector-wide intervention. The vision of the policy to ensure that ICT is systematically used to increase efficiency, providing sufficient information for leadership decision to be based on evidence and where enhance teaching and learning for all students to produce graduates who are innovative, creative, and ethical. So we set out five strategy for this policy, including infrastructure, connectivity, and equipment. Number two is ICT support for teaching and learning. And number three is human resource development in ICT. Number four, ICT governance and management. And number five, finance on for ICT in education. As you can see in our ICT curriculum and detail, this is the curriculum and following by the textbooks for the ICT improvement in education in Cambodia. So since the beginning, in responding to the global challenge of COVID-19 pandemic, Cambodia has taken whole government approach, both health and non-health sector measures to in close collaboration with national and international development partners to combat COVID-19. So to prevent the learning loss and to ensure continuity in education, the Ministry of Education issue instruction introducing online learning at all levels and on all subjects via a number of e-learning platform, as you can see in the chart our ICT infrastructure. The student can have access to digital content from the Ministry official website, Facebook and YouTube and other digital platform. The digital content has been developed and available on many other digital platforms, thousands of digital content, and you see in the chart from primary to lower secondary and to upper secondary. These are all the digital content that we've been developed so far and introduced to all students at all levels with free of charge and also with contribution from private institution and national and international development partners. So the intervention are also provided for vulnerable students, including the disabled, the indigenous, the minority student, and especially those in the remote areas with less access to the internet and ICT equipment. Another policy response is to train both in-service and pre-service teachers on the use of e-learning platform. We mostly use G Suite consisting of Google Classroom and Google Form with free of charge from the Google company for our teachers in Cambodia, and to ensure the continuity of teacher training, skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. All teacher training institutions are equipped with e-learning platform and ICT equipment. So, what are the Ministry of Education commitment to ensure teacher competency in the digital revolution? Number one, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport of Cambodia will continue to provide policy environment to enhance teachers' professional development in ICT competency. Number two is to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of teaching and learning in teacher training institution, school, and other educational institution by using ICT tools and e-resources. Number three is use e-learning, distant learning, and hybrid education system to support the delivery of education services to all subsectors in education for students and for institutional capacity development and lifelong learning. Number four is to train both in-service and pre-service teachers on the use of e-learning platform to ensure the continuity of teacher training, skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. And number five, equip all teacher training institutions with e-learning platform and ICT equipment. Number six is to support teachers who are serving at the remote and disadvantaged areas with less access to the internet and ICT equipment. So these are the measure that we have provided as a major intervention to improve the teacher ICT competency. That's all for my points. So to conclude, I would like to wish Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and all honorable speakers success and good health. And thank you for your kind attention. And please stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dave, for this very impressive presentation, very brief, but very much to the point. And I'm really impressed with very comprehensive, holistic national strategies on the ICT in education, which is covering not only infrastructure development and upgrading, but also capacity building, teacher continuing professional development. And it's really impressive. And thank you very much for sharing with us these very good experiences from Cambodia. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Shahriza bin Haj Imran, Head of Educational Technology Center from the Ministry of Education, Brunei, Darussalam, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Shahriza Laji Imran. I'm from the Ministry of Education, head of the Education Technology Center. First of all, thanks for inviting me to be part of this high-level forum, sharing to you what Brunei has done post-COVID times. So if you can move on to the next slide. The COVID-19 has affected nearly every aspect of our lives, and that has demanded abrupt changes in the status quo. And nowhere is this more evident than in education, especially the primary and secondary education. Next slide. The first day of the new school term came into session virtually all over the country, and teachers had to quickly adopt to new ways to deliver lessons through various online platforms to supplement the home learning packs or HLPs that are collected by parents in school. The HLP was considered as we are aware that there are issues or there were issues with students having access to the devices at home and internet. Next slide. To further support teachers and students while they're at home, educational television programs were also made available to students. So the Ministry of Education has worked with a few teachers from the government and private schools to create educational TV so that students can tune the lessons from their home. So the programs were also made available as a video on demand on our national broadcasting station websites and mobile application. Next. To support teachers who are still learning in terms of adopting technology, for those who wants to sharpen their skills, a series of webinars were conducted on a weekly basis by our Teachers Academy. The objective of the webinar is to assist teachers to carry out online learning and for them to be more confident in its delivery by providing basic skills on digital tools that were provisioned to them. Next slide. What was observed as a learning experience was the COVID-19 experience has stimulated discussions around the knowledge, competencies, and skills teachers need to integrate digital tools into instruction and to succeed in high quality teaching with technology. So the Ministry of Education, through our Brunei Darussalam Leaders and Teachers Academy, have developed a digital learning training, which is based on the teachers' standard framework that links to the respective teachers' performance appraisal. So in the teachers' standard framework, we have identified 4 competencies to succeed in high quality teaching with technology. Next slide. The first competency is planning for the progress of learning, where lessons are part of a coherent sequence that progressively develops learning, common mistakes and misconceptions are addressed. The next competency will be how teachers structure and use time in lessons. In digital learning, teachers shall use short interactive starters and episodes for main part of lessons, meaning multiple consecutive lessons. The third competency is where teachers effectively designs learning tasks, flexibly grouping students based on learning needs, and routinely require students to collaborate through the use of various digital tools. And finally, teachers shall use variety of resources, including digital tools that complements the use of textbooks that is provided to students. This is necessary to cater the different needs of students. And with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I thank you for the opportunity for me to present what Brunei has done to increase the competency of teachers in terms of the adoption of technology in the digital revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imran, for this very nice presentation. Particularly four digital competencies that are integrated into teachers' standard framework, which means that it's really integrated into national policies to inform not only teacher training, but also teachers' assessment, appraisal, and the career progression, which is really impressive. And we are also very happy to learn that Brunei is responded very effectively to the COVID-19 by home learning, education TV channels, introduction of education TV channels, and also teacher support webinar, which is also quite very helpful in empowering our teachers. Thank you very much. Let's move to our third speaker, Ms. Noor Pan Pausisava, Deputy Director, Bureau of Technology for Teaching and Learning, Office of the Basic Education Commission from the Ministry of Education, Thailand. Ms. Noor Pan, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Could you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. On behalf of the Office of the Basic Education Commission, Ministry of Education of Thailand, I would like to thank CBO and UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education to share experiences on teacher competencies in the digital revolution for teaching the unreached during the critical time. As we all know that we are facing an unprecedented global and national crisis, which has inevitably affected educational provision in each country. One of the key factors for the quality of education provision is teacher. In Thailand, to bring an understanding and teachers, the teachers' ICT competencies during competency lessons from the pandemic, I would like to present to you the preparation and implementation of educational provision for the reopening of schools in this semester during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was postponed from mid-May 2021 to the 1st June 2021. Next, please. My presentation is separated into four main parts. First, the Office of Basic Education Commission, Administration and Management for Educational Provision. Second, roles and missions of Educational Service Area Officers. Third, roles and missions of schools. And fourth, online activities organized by OBEC. Next, please. Then, based on the experience of coping with the situations during the COVID-19 pandemic since last year to present, OBEC, or Office of the Basic Educational Commission, has continually collaborated and cooperated with 245 educational services area offices. For primary education level, 185 offices, and for secondary education level, 62 offices. And 2009 is about 30,000 schools throughout Thailand. OBEC has provided the guidelines, as you can see on the presentation, for educational provision during the pandemic. I would like to introduce your contents in brief, as you can see on the page. And then I would like to give you more details in the following parts. Next, please. Since we cannot reopen all schools throughout the country, we have provided 4 models for educational provision during the pandemic. First is on-site. It's me teaching and learning in schools. Student and teachers could provide teaching and studying in-person class in the school. Either that area couldn't be affected by the pandemic. The second, on air, it means distant learning via TV broadcasting. Third, online, interactive distant learning via internet. And the fourth, on demand, learning via electronic media is self-studying. And the last one, on hand, is mean educational provision by delivering learning materials to student homes. For the second, fourth, and the last one, the fifth, is self-studying that is needed to the assistance from the guardians or volunteers to help students for learning. Next, please. The next part, in order to ensure students' learning quality during the pandemic, OBEC has prepared and adjust the readiness of students and schools and found models for education provision as following. We focus on student readiness to two parts, their safety, the learning equipment and system, the guidance readiness. And for school readiness, we focus on safety in school, teaching equipment and system, teachers' readiness, and measures and management for student care and support. Not just for only this, we have to adapt or develop 5 models for educational provisions for each school. It means that it's up to the areas, the office of educational service area, and up to the school. They have to think about their context. So for the first one is on-site. We have to rearrange class timetables and using flexible curriculum. Second, on air, we have to prepare homework, assignments, and exercise conforming with the LTV. This means distant learning television. The third, online. We enhancing teacher competencies, support school broadcasting system or school or room. Encourage interactive communication between teachers and students, such as asking and answering questions or discussing in parts or groups. Fourth, on demand, we providing flipped classroom, enhance students' discipline and responsibility. And the last one, on hand, we provide learning package of Her Royal Highness Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn, the 5th cycle birthday anniversary. We communicate between teachers and guardians. We encourage the assistance among friends and brother and sister. We provide educational volunteers to assist the marginalized, the lowest, and the vulnerable students. Next, please. The next main part, let me bring your attention to the role and missions of Educational Service Area Office, ESAOs. For them, we ask them to for arrange preparation phase and reopening phase. So for preparation phase, they have to work on data collecting survey, and they have to plan. They have to to work for operation for reopening. So for reopening phase, they have to set assistance and support to school. For example, supervising and monitoring and site visiting, follow-up programs and counseling, and then they have to collect information for improvement and report to communicate with OBEX. Next, please. The next part is about school. So they have the roles and missions of the school. Also, the same as ESAOs. We ask them to prepare themselves and then prepare for the reopening phase, the second phase. For preparation phase, we ask them to set the cooperating with ESAO and related units. And then we set them for the meeting to inform the guidelines to let teachers and educational personnel to understand the guidelines and then know how to join together to plan and prepare teaching learning materials and provide student care system and reaffirm mutual understanding amongst the cooperation. And then the last part, we ask them for collaborating supervisors and related units. And for reopening phase, the school have to set assistance and support to teacher and student. How to do that? To implement as planned, analyzing problems and providing problem solutions, setting home visiting schedules and implementing in various ways, for example, online or telephone. Specify guidelines for students' learning evaluation, providing data collecting tools, following up programs and counseling. And then the last one, collecting information for improvement and report. Next slide, please. The last part that OBEC organized for teachers to help them, to support them for this crisis. We set the online activities for teachers, for student and and also guardians. For teachers, OBEC is incorporating with Chulalongkorn University, organized online training on digital skills and online teaching techniques for teachers. And cooperation with Office of the Private Education Commission, organized online training on learning promotion in new era for teachers. And for the student, we organize or provide TV or IPTV program. For example, ALTV on Channel 4, the LTV application website, or the LIT website. And for student, teachers, and guardians, we also provide resources for them to access to education or to support the student to reach the education, as you can see on the page. As I presented to you, I wish that the way that OBEC organize and prepare for teacher can continue their teaching and learning for student, and to help the student who unreached the education can reach the education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pusi Sava, for this very informative and also inspiring presentation, showing that it's a strong leadership of OBEC in maintaining the continuity and the quality of learning during the pandemic. It's really impressive that you launched as a guideline for education provision during the pandemic, covering the 5 modalities of delivery: on
Yes.
site, on air, online, on demand, and on
Yes.
end. So interesting, and it's really covering high tech, low tech, and no tech options actually. Which is really feasible, and we are also so happy to see this kind of quality assurance measures and also capacity building. It's really impressive. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now let's move to our last presentation. Dr. Mohammed Hasbi, Director of Early Childhood Education from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology from Indonesia. Dr. Hasbi, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Jakarta time, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Hasbi, Director of Early Childhood Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia. Firstly, I would like to use this opportunity to thank to Semio Secretariat for inviting me to share some points of Indonesia experience on education service provision during this pandemic COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, like many other countries in the world, Indonesia is also in the middle of the fight against COVID-19 transmission. However, it not stop us to maximize our effort to bring quality education to our children. Since March 2020, Indonesia has provided a systematic approach in facilitating provision of education services during the pandemic. The first step was releasing a series of policy guidance that serves as an enabling environment for local government, schools, parents, and students to still take a part in education process although schools are closed. Curriculum implementation is also adjusted to allow flexibility. Schools are given three options. First, to continue using national curriculum. The second, to employ the emergency curriculum. And the third, alter or simplify curriculum independently. Consistently, teachers are also relieved from complying with 24-hour face-to-face teaching requirement. The ministry also provide a detailed learning instruction guidance. It includes a checklist for health protocols, pedagogical tips for teacher, and procedures for evaluation. These guidance can also be used for every students, including students with special needs. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia also provides a financial incentive. The incentives were provided through two means. First, through school operational assistance that are given to school from early childhood level to up secondary level. As reliance toward internet increases, we also distribute internet data quota to support learning from home to offer 38 million recipients, comprised of student, teacher, and lecturers. Well, noting that that condition in Indonesia varies, for school in remote areas where risk of COVID-19 is deemed low, they are allowed to be open with condition that they can only operate 50% of their capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the series of policy that were mentioned before, the supports that are given to local government, school, teacher, and parents are tailored with their specific needs. For local government, the ministry provide guidelines that allow subnational government to come up with decentralized action plan that reflect the local context and provide direction to service provider in the time of crisis. For schools, financial aids were given, and for teacher, they are given a wide range of capacity building support. Teachers were assisted to adapt and improve their ability to facilitate distance learning through a series of webinar under Guru Belajar or Teacher Learn platform. Over 1.5 million teachers have registered in this training program. Teachers are also encouraged to share lesson plan and other teaching practices in a crowdsourcing platform titled Guru Berbagi atau Teacher Shares. This will allow less able teacher to benefit. Parents are given educative materials to entertain children at home, such as stories and fables in video and audio format, and also digital storybooks. Parents are also given guidelines that they can use to learn about partnering with school in facilitating learning at home. Ladies and gentlemen, during this COVID-19 pandemic, teachers' ICT skill plays an important role in distance learning process. However, based on the ministry survey, 60% of teachers in Indonesia are still limited in ICT mastery. In order to resolve this problem, the Ministry of Education and Culture um, uh, initiate what we call Pembatik 2021 or ICT training for teacher. This program based on the UNESCO Teacher ICT Competency Improvement Framework. And in 2021, we targeted that 75,000 teachers in Indonesia will join Pembatik 2021. They will go through 4 levels of training. Level 1 for ICT literacy, level 2 for ICT implementation, level 3 for ICT creation, and level 4 for sharing and collaborating to produce learning materials. At the end of the level 4, the teacher will be appointed as ambassador, or we call it Duta Rumah Belajar, ICT ambassador. They have responsibility to socialize learning house platform or Rumah Belajar platform to other teachers so they can use it to improve the quality of distance learning process in their own classes. Ladies and gentlemen, this last slide presents a compilation of resources that the ministry provides to support distance learning during pandemic. We have a dedicated website that provides a repository of national regulation, guidance, and learning resources titled Bersama Hadapi Corona, or Together We Face Corona. A learning platform that provides free interactive learning materials titled Rumah Belajar is also provided, and several other avenues that aim to aid difficulties faced by school, teachers, students, and parents in implementing distance learning. Thank you for the opportunity to share a glimpse of Indonesia's story, and we hope this event provides opportunity for us to learn and address learning loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hasbi, for presenting the experiences from Indonesia. It's also very, very interesting and inspiring. Especially, I'm really impressed with the government to provide flexible options to the implementation of the national curriculum. Can be, school are allowed to use this emergency curriculum or simplify the curriculum. And also you are tailoring supports to local government, schools, teachers, and parents, which is really very, very relevant. Thank you very much, all three four speakers, for your very rich and diverse presentation. As you can see, diversity is so beautiful when we are responding to the challenges of the pandemic. In Cambodia, they are more focused on the development of national strategy supported by the development of e-content and the national platforms and the capacity building. In Brunei, actually, what was presented is particularly in the integration of full digital competencies into teachers' standard framework, which is really impressive. In the case of Thailand, I think this is also very interesting to see the 5 modalities of delivery, covering high tech, low tech, and no tech, deliveries of education provisions, and of course, just as I said, Indonesia, the flexibility in implementing the curriculum. So thank you very much. I think this covering all the policy areas and implementation areas, and I think we can learn from each other, not only focusing on our focus of attention, but also learn to check. This is providing a checklist. So thank you very much for providing such a rich and inspiring session to all the 4 speakers. Now I conclude this session and hand over back to MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. May I please invite our second honored moderator from Group B, ICT support for teachers and learners in disadvantaged contexts. The moderator will be Dr. Margarita Consolacion Ballesteros. Dr. Ballesteros worked at the Philippine Department of Education as a director for International Cooperation Office. Please welcome Dr. Ballesteros.
Thank you, Miss MC. Good morning, Southeast Asia, to our honorable SEMIO high officials, education partners, friends, colleagues from the Ministries of Education. Good morning and good evening to our friends as well as colleagues also as well from UNESCO based in Paris. So we have 5 speakers for Group B. We have Lao PDR, Malaysia, UNESCO office in China, and of course, Bhutan. So thematic B is on ICT support for teachers and learners in disadvantaged contexts. And our speakers are given 3 to 5 minutes to do their presentation. And our first speaker for this morning is from Lao PDR, the Associate Professor Dr. Bongdun Osei, the Deputy Director General, Department of Teacher Education, Ministry of Education and Sports, Lao PDR. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Margarita, and also good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Ministry of Education and Sport, can you hear me, please? Unmute myself. I did. Hello, yes?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, so from the start, yes?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Okay. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, and also especially for the Department of Teacher Education, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee to give us an opportunity to choose the high-level forum on teacher competency on digital revolution, reaching and the unreached. And also this, I will take this opportunity to share the experience it allows on the ICT support for teachers and students in disadvantaged context. So let me start with my presentation. Can you move on with the next stage, next PowerPoint, please? Yes, as you can see from my PowerPoint, and then I will cover 3 main parts in here. First thing, I would like to give you an overview on Loudspeeder ICT in education vision. And the second point, ICT support to enhance teaching and learning in disadvantaged context during the COVID-19 pandemic. And my last point would be ICT support challenges. Let me start with an overview on the Laupedia ICT education. Um, the vision on ICT has been identified, saying that ICT will be a modern, efficient, effective tool which is sustainable and aligned with EESDP to encourage the support the equitable access to education, long life learning, efficient educational management, and be able to link the regional and link to the regional and international. So with this vision, we 5 targets have been also identified in here. The first one would be ICT to be an effective tool for teaching and learning to ensure equitable access and lifelong learning, as well as to address the demands for the labor market. And the second is the focus is on human resource capacity development, research and development on ICT infrastructure department, ICT integration at all levels of education, and also safe use and benefits of ICT, e-learning support, standards development. Let me go on with the next targets. We have, yes, and the next one is the government will encourage the use of ICT in public and private sectors and support the development of ICT integrated curriculum. And the fourth one, it is envisioned to encourage ICT in teaching and learning activities, particularly for the remote and rural areas. And the last target is the opportunity for students to access quality information and the use of ICT. Next slide, please. So let me talk about the ICT support to enhance, that's my second point, enhance teaching and learning in disadvantaged context during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. I will cover the first thing, which is we'll be dealing with ICT capacity building for teachers, for principals, and also for the students. So the first thing that we have been doing is conducting a number of trainings on using computer at the very basic level for principals, teachers, and students. So this is due to that allows, especially for the remote areas and disadvantaged contexts, um, a lot of teachers and principals, they lack of the skill of the use of ICT, like computer, for example. And then the second thing is providing trainings on the use of ICT in developing teaching and learning materials, including creating video and on teaching, which is YouTube. I know that this is a very challenging for the teachers. At least we get to start, to train them so they be familiar with the use of computer, and then they know how to develop their teaching materials using the ICT. And also organizing workshop on the online uh, teaching utilizing Google Classroom and Zoom for the teachers. So this is another element that we have been provided to the teachers. And the other one is guiding, supporting the use of teaching and learning materials for teacher, which is like, for example, we have our teacher support packs in digital learning resources and various applications on the online learning platform. So for the teacher support packs, this is very beneficial and it's very effective for teachers. So once they do the teaching, and then they have like some of the things that can help them to prepare themselves and to go through when they are at home. So this is where they can access at any time, because these support packs is for the teachers in particular. Yes, next slide, please. And the other one I would touch on ICT facility support in here. So what we are doing in here, that we distribute free and affordable electronic devices, like for example, computers, laptops to schools, to teachers, to students, the same as other countries, especially developing countries. We really encounter with this element. And then the other one is we create a learning platform known as Learn, in which teachers can share and develop teaching and learning materials and the best practice teaching experience. So in here, they can share, they can like, what is the best practice for them, what do they do, and they would like to share with other teachers. And then the other one is that we provide technical support like monitoring, maintaining, for example, we have like the schedule to go to the schools and help them with monitoring computers and any issues relating to the ICT tools that used in the school. Next slide, please. Of course, the same as I have already mentioned, what ICT support that we have been providing to the teachers and students, as well as the principals that I have just mentioned. However, the same as the other countries as well, I'm sure that we do have some of the challenges that we have been facing recently. The first one would be specific ICT policy master development plan in education is not really yet exist in our country, and also teachers generally lack of the awareness and competency on ICT pedagogy integration. So this is there are many factors on this one, especially on the skills of using, and also facilities are available for them. And then the other one, English competency, is another limitation for them to access the digital learning resources. Of course, as you may know, that all the resources regarding to teaching, or any other areas that it's all in English. So this is another barrier for us. And then the other one, a systematic in-service ICT training program available in Laos is still absent. However, this is luckily that we have the support from the UNESCO, that we are doing developing ICT competency for teachers in Laopi, which is ongoing, and hopefully that this will help solve the problem of this. And the last, then the next one is field trainings on ICT capacity building are provided to in-service teachers, especially for those teaching in remote areas. So this is also another challenges for us. And also not all of the teachers and students would have access to infrastructure, ICT tools, and internet connectivity, especially for the internet connectivity. Once we talk about in remote areas, I am sure that a lot of countries or many countries have the same problem in this one, especially for the developing countries like Laos. And then the other one, next slide, please. So that's bring to my conclusion. Before I finish, let me conclude my presentation that the issues of availability and access to the international educational technologies as well as ICT capacity building provided to teachers and students have become considerable challenge amongst many, like I have already mentioned, especially in remote areas throughout the world. Same as others, Lapedia also have been facing with a number of limitations in moving from face-to-face learning to online or digital learning during the school closure due to the COVID-19 pandemic, such as ICT infrastructure, tool support in teaching and learning process, knowledge, competencies, skills, and values of both teachers and students. And of course, the last one, internet connectivity and etc. Yes, and the next slide, please, which is, I think that's my last slide. However, the Ministry of Education and Sports have been implemented several measurements to provide ICT support for teachers and students, especially for those teachers teaching in disadvantaged context as follow. For example, ICT-related policy, which are identified in, even though we haven't completed our master plan in ICT use in education, but we have identified, like the ICT related into different sector in our EESDP development plan from 21 to 25, 2021 to 2025 in all levels of education. And also our trainings on ICT capacity building for principals, teachers, and students. So this is have been identified in our development plan. And the last point, ICT facilities supported, including ICT tools, learning platform. We keep on trying and providing as much as we can. Yes. So that's bring me to my end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Asai, for sharing Lao PDR's action on supporting teachers and learners with your learning platform called Lao Learn, which aims to help teachers in developing learning materials as well as your Lao ESSDP for support to equitable access to education and your government's action on distributing free electronic devices. These are worth learning from Lao PDR as well as your continuous support for the teachers in their training and professional development. Thank you. Now we move on to the next speaker, Madam Masna Binti Abubakar, the Director of the Educational Resources and Technology Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Madam Masna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Margarita. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Greetings from the city of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name is Mazna Abu Bakar. I'm the Director of the Educational Resource and Technology Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. First and foremost, I would like to thank Samuel for giving MOE and myself the opportunity to share our experiences and our initiative in navigating digital teaching and learning through the pandemic. And before I move on to the next slide, please, next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Education 4.0 is about preparedness for the future. It is a desired approach to teaching and learning that aligns itself with the fourth industrial revolution and the ability of the students to be adequately equipped to face the challenges of the 21st century and beyond. And the unprecedented fight against COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the need to leverage on digital solutions and technologies for the teaching and learning. And without rapid and effective actions, the future generation will be unprepared for the needs of the future. The Ministry of Education, Malaysia, MOE, acknowledges this and like all other countries in the world, strives to reduce disruptions in education brought forth by the pandemic. And MOU Malaysia aims to provide learning access to students through various modes, and one of them is through online learning according to the needs and suitability of the teachers and students. Next slide, please. Before I move on with going through the initiative that Malaysia has embarked, let me share with you some of the issues and challenges that Malaysia has gone through in lieu of providing digital solutions for teaching and learning through the pandemic. First, of course, is the students' access to devices and internet. We still have students who have who have no devices or inadequate devices to do teaching and learning, and they also need to be given relevant information skills and readiness towards self-directed learning. Second, of course, the teachers. We need to look into how we can enhance the competencies of the teachers to implement online teaching, and how to integrate teaching learning materials and technology, and to use relevant teaching learning methods. And of course, the third one is technology. And as we all know, uh, in the world right now, we are having rapid technology changes, and we need to look into ways how we can support teaching and learning by giving suitable tools, devices, and technology according to the age of the students and those with special needs. Okay, next. Um, Let me share with you how Malaysia initiates to reduce the gap, and I will divide it into two parts. First is the government approach, and the second one is the MOE approach. In terms of the government of Malaysia, we have a few initiatives that specifically tailored to address the issue of connectivity and also lack of devices. First is Jendela, which is actually an initiative to provide a comprehensive digital infrastructure plan for better connectivity. And it is something that is very important to support activities such as home-based learning and teaching. And in this way, we can allow the citizens that are mostly affected by this pandemic, especially the low-income families, to be able to access to home-based learning and teaching. Next, we have the Jaringan Prihatin, which is actually a subsidized program to assist in subscriptions and broadband data plans and purchases of mobile handphone devices. And it aims to bridge the digital divide by addressing affordability. Next. Another one is the Malaysian Digital Economy Blueprint, and it aims to transform Malaysia into a digitally driven high-income nation and regional leader in digital economy. And the fourth and the sixth thrust in My Digital focus on access to quality and safe digital education, plus how we're going to narrow the digital divide. And another one is the Cerdik initiative, which is actually a CSR pilot program done by the government-linked agency companies or government investment companies. And this is led by the Ministry of Finance of Malaysia and also supported by the Ministry of Education in Malaysia, and the Secretariat is Yayasan Hasanah. What this initiative provides is free devices to children from low income families, and also in this way we will enable them to continue with their online home-based learning. Next. Let me go ahead with the initiative that is being driven by the Ministry of Education. First, we have what we call the Digital Education Initiative, and the objectives of this initiative is first is to develop digitally fluent students to meet the needs of the digital age. And we also have another objective is to empower educators to integrate digital learning and teaching in the education ecosystem. And the next one is to enhance infrastructure, and digital content to provide means of supporting digital learning in the digital learning ecosystem. And all these initiatives aims to provide digitally fluent and resilient for current and future generation of Malaysia. And under this initiative, there are 6 strategies, which includes competencies for students, teachers, leaders, and also for digital infrastructure and infrastructure. Next, we have our own digital learning platform. We call it Jalima. And this is a comprehensive learning platform which has ILMS. And this digital learning platform is being supported by our strategic partners, namely Google, Microsoft, and also Apple Incorporated. And what the Lima entails is to facilitate remote classroom by incorporating or introducing tools to support online teaching and learning and other learning modes. And Dalima offers free educational services in one platform, accessible to all schools, students nationwide. Next. Next, we have our educational TV, which for the disadvantaged, those who have no devices, MOE Malaysia collaborated with all the broadcasting agencies, both private and public, to broadcast educational TV programs via selected channels to reach out to as many students as possible in order to minimize losses and also closure of schools during the pandemic. On the 17th February of 2021, MOE has set up a full-fledged educational TV channel called Didik TV to facilitate home-based learning, and students are able to follow lessons through this TV channel. And MOE Malaysia has also a digitally based educational channel which are known as EduWeb TV. And in this channel, the students can go through the videos and the audios that are specially curated for them on demand at any time or any place that they want. Next. And we understand that there are still students without any devices, so our MOE provide textbooks and activity books that can be used by the students, and these are available via quality learning materials accessible to all students in Malaysia through the textbook loan scheme. And for the teachers in the affected areas and also for the children in affected areas, with the assistance of the teacher associations of PTA, they set up mobile units to deliver the learning materials either by having drive-through at the entrance of the schools or to deliver them to designated locations via various modes of transformation. In some areas, especially in Sabah, teachers use motorboats to send printed modules to the children, and all their efforts are extraordinary and applaudable. And I believe that it takes a village to raise a child. Next. And for the teachers, we also have guidelines how to do the online learning and also home-based learning. We provide them with manuals and also the methods of conducting these lessons through online, offline, and off-site methods. Next. For the special needs students, we do curated learning modules specifically tailored for them in the form of video recordings, in the form of modules, interactive worksheets, reinforcement and enrichment materials, plus remedial materials, so that we want to ensure that no child is left behind, and inclusivity is part and parcel of the digital learning. And next. So in conclusion, MOE Malaysia welcomes all assistance in providing expertise and resources in a distant and online learning, capacity building training for teachers, and recommendations for technology solutions. And this is to promote equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. And in addition to that, MOE Malaysia is also supportive of the need to pursue with digital innovation and potential technologies in the Southern Asian countries. And today, as physical learning is still not possible in school, digital technologies continue to provide alternative to teaching and learning. And I'm very grateful that today, together with Simeo, with all my counterparts in all South Asian countries, we are able to share our experiences and our initiative. And it is a good thing for us to reflect and look at how we can come together to provide a solution for the future generation. And it's not only for Malaysia, it's for the future generation of the whole world. And before I end my speech, I would like to thank again Simeo for giving MOE and myself the opportunity to share our initiatives, and we hope that our sharing would give a little bit of insight on what we do, and thus we can allow other countries to maybe get some experiences or even ideas on how to do it on their own. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Masna. In the interest of time, I will be sharing the summary of of the sharings of our speakers towards the end. So we can now move on to the next speaker, Mr. Nar Bahadur Raika, a specialist from the Department of Adult and Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Bhutan. Mr. Raika, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Margarita. Good morning, good evening to everybody who are attending this forum. I'm, as introduced by Dr. Margarita, I'm Nar Raika, working as the specialist in the Department of Adult and Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Bhutan. I would like to first thank the CMU Secretariat, particularly Dr. Ethel, Director of the CMU office, for inviting me to take part in this high-level forum where I can share the Bhutan's experiences, initiatives, and some of the recommendations that I thought about. And to start with, I would like to ask for the next slide. I have got these things to share. Firstly, my personal experiences, then current scenario in Bhutan, then views from some of the stakeholders that I managed to talk about, then some of the initiatives from the Royal Education Council, which is actually the body at the moment who takes care of the curriculum. And particularly, I would like to talk about the curriculum for the disadvantaged group. Then some of the challenges of ICT in Bhutanese context and few of the recommendations which might be similar. And of course, when I say this one, most of the things that I will be talking about might be very similar to other countries too, which I have already heard also. So next, please. Okay, personal experiences. Of course, I do not have much experience in the learners with disabilities. So I had to consult the stakeholders like some of the program officers in this special education need division, then curriculum developers, then trainers of special needs education teachers, then teachers of special education institutes. We have got two institutes which are specifically designed for the real special needs with high level of difficulties. That is, one is for the visually impaired, that is at the Minseling Institute, and other one is for the hearing impaired, that is Wongsel Institute. I'll talk a little bit more about this also later. Then I also talked with some of the parents of students who are less able. Then, of course, I also looked at ICT. I consider ICT as very important to enhance teaching strategy, even for all types of learners. Then, because that would aid the learning. Next. To talk about more on the current scenario, we have got 23 institutes which offer the programs of special needs. In addition to this two I mentioned already, which are dedicated for visually and hearing impairment. One is Minseling Institute for visually impaired, and the other one is Wongsel Institute for hearing impaired. If I look at the missions, one of the missions of this Minseling Institute is to provide ICT literacy skills to cope in the digitalized world. And for the other one of the main missions is about technical assistance, professional development, and access to resources so that it helps them learn better. Then out of the 23, remaining 21 schools cater to other mild disabilities. Next. Now, some of the views from the stakeholders I would like to share here are for this for the support of this students in disadvantaged context, we have to use some forms of ICT, such as, of course, they are using the laptops, smart TVs, computers, phonics lab, which are useful for them. And one of the most common apps that they use for visually impaired is the JAWS, which is mainly for screen reading. And of course, they also use other creative materials and assistive devices for low cognitive and cerebral palsy students, which are very helpful for them. Then other one is, of course, they also have this ICT literacy from class 1 to class 8 with the use of Microsoft Windows. Other things they also include in the ICT literacy is web browsing, use of email, and Zoom text. That is mainly in the Institute for Visually Impaired Muncheling. Next. Some of the initiatives from the Rural Education Council, as I mentioned, this is the body which takes care of the curriculum. They are, first one, use of video APIs in the YouTube and other online video platforms so that the students can listen to this and then learn from there. Second one is use of functional curriculum for learners with disabilities. That means they have reduced the normal curriculum to call it functional curriculum for the disabilities, which is a little less than what others usually learn. And of course, for more severe disabilities, we also have got customized curriculum, which are in use. Then other one that I also would like to share is by the end of class 10, the students are expected to use things like assistive technology for learning tools, which include like mouth stick, braille embroider, refreshable braille display, talking calculator, braille watch, screen reader, vibrating reminder watches, amplifiers, type and talk devices, Ginger, Google Voice typing, etc. So these are some of the things that they are expected to use by the end they finish class 10. That is 11 years of formal education. Then next one is customized assessment approaches encouraged because they can't do many of the things that others usually can do. And the last one is use of apps like Scratch and Code Monkey, which are also suggested to be used for these less disadvantaged students. Next, please. Now, I would like to share some of the challenges. And these challenges, I believe, are not only for Bhutan. It is common that I've heard from other countries too. One is lack of adequate equipment for individual learners, such as laptops. Everybody does not have the laptops. Color printers, especially for the others, except for the visual impaired, of course. Color printers would make it more learner friendly, and of course the tablets. And one I heard from Dr. Ethel that some had to climb the trees to get the internet connectivity. I thought this may be Bhutan because I've seen some of our students doing that. That is unreliable internet connectivity. Unaffordable cost of data. That is one thing Bhutan has not been able to do much because when you compare the data cost, it is much higher than in other countries. Then some suggestions on this could be if one platform was used by all the students, it might work out to be cheaper. Then, of course, other thing is teacher-student ratio. We have got many classes. Most of our classes are with 40 plus students. So that is one challenge. The next one is teacher capabilities to handle ICT for the disadvantaged learners, especially. because they are not trained. Most of them are just doing by their own exploration. Then last one is developing JAWS script for learners. This is quite a challenge because this is found to be one of the best apps that could be used by the visually impaired, but the scripts for developing the scripts for them is a challenge. Next, please. Now, I put four recommendations here, but I also feel that this might be quite common that I've also heard from others. One is plans and policies at the national level have to be strong for this disadvantaged group of students. Second one is sharing of digital resources like digital library encouraged, because we can't afford to have so many libraries in so many schools around the country, especially when it is difficult to travel from one place to another. The next one, third one, is adopt international best practices to adapt to our own context. That is something that I always like to say, at least. And the last one, of course, is to prioritize professional development of teachers, principals, district education officers, and even at the national levels for the national leaders. So these are some of the things that I felt might be useful to take care so that we can reach the unreached better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raika, for your
thank
sharing.
you. No.
Thank you. So we now proceed to our next speaker, the Senior Specialist of the International Institute of Online Education Management Center, International Center for Higher Education Innovation under the auspices of UNESCO, China, Dr. Feng Siyuan. Dr. Feng, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you thank you, Simu, for organizing this event. Please let me share my screen. My name is Feng Siyuan. I'm a senior education specialist of the UNESCO IT. We are based in Shenzhen, China. We are a Category 2 UNESCO center. We are working with global partners primarily on this focus project named the International Institute of Online Education. And it is an open education platform for the digital transformation for higher education workforce in disadvantaged context. Mostly we focus on these developing countries in Asia Pacific and in Africa. The rationale for our work is that we see a shared digital future, and the shared digital future is facilitated by the digital transformation of global societies. And we recognize the significant role of higher education in facilitating that. We see the digital transformation of higher education can help the digital transformation of global societies in three ways. First, the research and development. Second, in human resources. And thirdly, and in innovation and in entrepreneurship. However, we all recognize this huge digital divide in most of the developing countries in terms of insufficient funding and resources to support digital transformation of the universities, the system, and lack of support for educators to develop adequate skills and knowledge for digital transformation, which I have just learned from many of our speakers today. And thirdly, we have many of the institutes have limited experience in developing new disciplines or transforming traditional ones. It's like having new disciplines installed into the universities and to prepare the labor force for the future. And fourthly, we still see quite a lot of the impact from the COVID-19 crisis, and it greatly affects the education continuity. And we conceptualize this process as a four-step roadmap that we have to solve these problems: the problems to the system, the problem for educators, a problem for the educated, those related to the disciplines or transforming the traditional ones, and then the problem about the pandemic. We have to go through these passes until we reach a shared digital future. And the first thing, For the system, we provide a lot of the hardware and software support as our solution plan. We managed to push forward a multi-language online and mobile education platform to serve the educator. I would like to emphasize the mobile part of it, because in many of the developing countries, we have to recognize that many of the teachers, educators, and students are using mobile devices to learn, not traditional computers, laptops, or desktops. Then we provided a lot of the online instruments, online software tools to help the learners, to help the teachers to learn. And these are all free. And we used IOE, this website, as an extension of our smart classroom project. Previously, we have, and continuously, we are donating a lot of the smart classroom devices to the HEIs in developing countries. Many of our partners have already received them and installed in their classroom. This is an example from Egypt, Ain Shams University, and this is a picture of the learners using IOE in that smart classroom. And secondly, for the educators, for the teachers, we recognize that people are very important in the process. And by now, we have already assembled 3 categories of education resources, serving more than 8,000 educators from 135 countries. And we provide service in terms of online and blended teaching and education, ICT and higher education development, and also support for teaching in STEM disciplines. Because compared to social disciplines, these could be more difficult in terms of the digital transformation. And behind this is this framework, the IOE competence framework for higher education workers. Or in short, we call it the IOE CFQ. We focus on the aforementioned 3 areas, and we make it into 4 phases. For phase 1, it's about knowledge acquisition, and then knowledge application, knowledge creation, and knowledge sharing. So in these works, we tried to help our partners to learn from our more than 600 online courses in multi-language, and we unveiled our 4 innovative training programs in AI and big data, which has already served more than 5,000 educators from 107 countries. And these all courses come from developing countries, come from leading universities. For example, this one is from UET Lahore, from the Virtual University of Cote d'Ivoire, and from the Waseda University in Japan, and from the Peking University in China. And also, I will skip the webinars. For the educated, we support the universities to change their disciplines toward a digital future and to prepare the training of digital talents in the future. We work with UNIVOC, UNESCO's vocational education network, and 2 of their members, the Shenzhen Institute of Polytech Institution and Shenzhen Institute of Polytechnology. So these 2 work with us to provide courses focusing on vocational skills for the digital future. And we provide a lot of the free and certified training courses, which we obtained from the leading ICT enterprises. For example, these courses all come from Huawei and provided very freely to our learners. So teachers can get certified for free. And thirdly, we provide a lot of the courses free to our partner universities. For example, the University of Cote d'Ivoire and in Cote d'Ivoire, and also the University of Lomé in Togo has already used our courses to develop their own. So they use our courses, use our resources to build up new courses and nurture their own digital talents. And finally, we have done a lot to address the pandemic. We already provided 10 COVID response training sessions in English and French, which focused on learning and teaching in a digital environment and focusing on the special skills to cope with the rapid development of the COVID crisis. And we provided online education support for online transformation of teaching, education, and evaluation, which are all very necessary for the educators. This project has already benefited 2,108 university teachers and experts from 307 institutions and from 46 countries. So in conclusion, we would like to see more our partners in the Asia Pacific region, especially with the coverage of the Asian countries and CMU. And we would like to partner with you to develop future courses, to develop future platform, to develop future training, and to help us deliver these all works along with our smart classroom projects, the hardware support, the funding to our partners and help them to go through the crisis and to embrace a digital future. So thank you very much. You may reach me at fengxuyuan@ha.org and hassan@ha.org, and you can also write to our office if you would like to collaborate with us. Thank you very much. I think I'm a little bit over time, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Feng, for the sharing. We now move on to the last speaker, and I believe we will be watching a video from Dr. Janine Spink, the Research Director of the Education and Development, the Australian Council for Educational Research, Australia. Dr. Janine?
Hello, I'm delighted to be able to join you today for this high-level forum on teacher competencies in the digital revolution. My name is Janine Spink, and I'm the Research Director for the Education and Development Program at the Australian Council for Educational Research. I hope I might take a few moments of your time to share with you the work that ACER is doing in partnership with the Australian Government's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade as part of the Australian Strategic Partnerships in Remote Education, or ASPIRE. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted education worldwide. Innovative approaches to remote education offer new opportunities to both maintain learning continuity and support changes to the way education systems will need to function in the future. ASPIRE is demand-driven, responding to requests from the Indo-Pacific partners to access Australian experience and expertise. International best practice in remote education incorporate 5 key principles, including support for teachers, community partnerships, parental involvement, student engagement, and education for inclusion and equity. Research shows that remote schooling offers many opportunities for adapting the way teaching and learning happens, and also for finding additional ways to support teachers and enhance student capability. All opportunities focus on the central role of teaching preparedness and practice. The research base provides evidence that technology supplements but does not replace teaching. Successful remote teaching requires teachers and students to have access to appropriate resources, including technology and well-designed learning environments. It is therefore critical that teachers are provided with appropriate support and professional learning in each of these aspects, particularly in how to design learning that incorporates effective digital pedagogies. The ASPIRE program is working in 3 different areas: in Lao PDR, Samoa, and a further program that covers many of the countries in the Pacific. In Lao PDR, ASPIRE is supporting the partnership between Monash College and the Ministry of Education, Sports and Science to deliver training in remote learning pedagogy to teacher trainers across the 8 teacher training colleges. Importantly, a framework has been developed which addresses the pedagogical needs of remote learning along a continuum of no technology, low technology, and high technology. Online learning provides new opportunities for remote and marginalized communities in Lao PDR, and this has opened many possibilities for addressing the needs of children with special needs. Given its importance, the 8 teacher training colleges have decided to create a community of practice to support further learning and sharing of ideas and knowledge. In Samoa, COVID-19 related school closures and a measles outbreak in 2019 significantly disrupted education. In response, the Ministry of Education, Sports and Culture introduced distance and remote learning approaches, including TV, radio, and online channels. Aspire is responding to a request from the Ministry of Education, Sports and Culture to review their remote learning infrastructure as part of a long-term plan to build education resilience in light of future lockdowns. The Queensland Department of Education is drawing on its experience during the COVID-19 school disruptions to assist Samoa with this review. Across the Pacific region, Aspire is supporting the Australian National University to deliver a series of workshops to teachers and lecturers in digital content development and remote learning pedagogy through the science curriculum. A series of findings have been determined as a result of these partnerships across the Asia and the Pacific region. Importantly, it's considered that no technology, low technology, and high technology all need to be addressed with regards to equity issues. Also, the modality of teaching does not predict learner achievement, positively or negatively. Rather, it is about equipping teachers with a repertoire of skills to teach to a range of learners and contexts. It is also important to have strategies around a framework for transition from emergency remote education to a more sustainable education model. The Aspire program has raised a number of different issues and a number of different possibilities moving into the future, especially in regards to building resilience of education systems across the region. I'd like to thank you again, and thank you for the opportunity of sharing the Aspire program with you at this forum.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pink. So apologies for staying that long for this session. There are 5 speakers with very interesting and worth noting sharings from their countries. So just a quick summary for their sharings, which I am taking it from Australia's last presentation for the acronym Aspire, I should say. A for an invitation for all stakeholders to act and stand for teachers' needs, be it teachers who are low-tech, high-tech, or no-tech at all. S, let us continue to seek solutions to address the issues and challenges, and that is actually involving partners like what Malaysia has done, Bhutan, and Lao PDR as well. And P, being proactive, so we keep planning and preparing for what is yet to come aside from COVID-19. I, let us continue to imbibe in teachers and learners the value of empathy. And R, for really pushing our teachers to be responsive digital citizens. And E, to be conscious as we encourage partners to take their part in pushing our mandate for education, not only for us to looking into the ICT's needs of our teachers, but considering what is really the need for now. This is Director Marge Ballesteros for thematic number 2, signing off. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ballesteros. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 3 minutes break. So please enjoy watching video of teacher success stories during the COVID-19. We will return at 11:09 a.m. Bangkok time. Enjoy your break and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the break and the video of our success stories. To close out the first session, we will now continue with the panel presentation of the last group. Please allow me to introduce our honor moderator from Group C, Remote Education and Learning Continuity Models. The moderator will be Dr. Samsides D, Deputy Director General of Education, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, Cambodia. He represents Cambodia in the International Task Force on Teachers. Please welcome Dr. Samsides D.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with us, with everyone today. Today we have very important three speakers today representing the policymakers, institutions, and researchers. And we have three country presentation. The first one is the Philippines, will be presented by Dr. Antonio, and he's an undersecretary of the Department of Education, the Philippines. We have Dr. Masami Isoda, and co-presented with Dr. Nakao Nomura. And the last speaker is representative from Vietnam, Dr. Ho Wing Tang. He's a city official, secondary education department from Ministry of Education and Training. I think what we have discussed this morning is about even we have pandemic, COVID-19 issues, but we don't stop teaching, we don't stop learning. We keep our education ongoing as it is, but we need to use our new approach by applying digital education, ICT tools and material, and we have to make sure that education is ongoing. And it has been a hard task for the policymakers, for teachers, and for everyone, including the students and the parents, that they have to do more on that aspect. So without further ado, I would like to invite the first speaker to present the case of the Philippines on learning opportunity. Please, Dr. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. D. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. As indicated, we have been able to roll out the school year 2020-2021 with significant enrollment in the public schools. Of course, we have made sure, please go to the next slide, please. As indicated here, our enrollment for 2020-2021 is 26 million something. Next slide. We had to make sure that education learning continuity for the Filipino children really is going to happen. And we offered different learning delivery modalities, perhaps similar to what the others have done. We offered modular print and digital versions, the online distance learning version, educational TV, radio-based instruction, homeschooling, and blended learning. And in the next slide, you'll see that in the public schools, particularly, we have done a lot of modular print, and homeschooling option has been more popular with learners in the private sector. We really did not have lots of enrollees, but the graph indicates that indeed, also in the case of the private sector, we had more doing modular online learning. And of course, we had to do this because the learners, most learners in public schools do not have access to the internet or would not even have gadgets. So we had to rely on the printed modular distance learning. We had to do distance learning because our president has not allowed the holding of face-to-face classes in public schools, in all the schools in the Philippines. Next slide, please. Of course, we also would like to share the challenges we had to face and surmount. Like we had to develop quality learning materials that are based on our most essential learning competencies. We had to streamline the curriculum for us to be able to really deliver basic education services using remote or distance learning modality. And because of tight timelines, it was really a big challenge being able to produce the self-learning modules particularly. And of course, as already mentioned earlier, learners do not have same resources for home-based learning. So indeed, some learners who have access to the internet were able to do the online mode. But as I already said, generally, we had to rely on the printed modules. Of course, providing support to learners and families under strict social distancing protocols was another concern. Also, with the fact that there are families, and I know in other countries this is also the case, where whose parents or even elder brothers and sisters did not have the capacity to provide support for the learners. Of course, the other challenge is yes, when we monitor the extent of learning, it would be difficult and more challenging when the learners are home-based themselves. And finally, of course, we opened the school year in October. The vacation was March. It was like almost 7 months before the learners resumed being engaged in the learning tasks. So of course, the law of inertia at work. It was more challenging for the learners to be able to engage themselves in the um, learning tasks being given to them. For the next slide, um, of course, the initiatives we had was we made sure that the policies and guidelines were provided. And Secretary Leonor Liling Magtolis Briones was very clear that yes, all the central office had to do was provide broad policy guidelines. And we allowed, in fact, the fourth support initiative is to empower the principals, the superintendents of schools to contextualize and localize the implementation of our learning continuity plan. We have been continuously consulting not only within and among ourselves, like with the field officials, but we also organized the education forum where even development partners, the non-government organizations, have been able to provide input and feedback on the kind of things that we did. And of course, the culture of research and innovation is also part of what we are trying to do so that we can understand better on the basis of evidence the things that happened well and the things that have to be improved as we prepare for the opening of the school year 2021-2022, which will be on September 13, 2021. Next slide, please. So let me also share some best practices. In the school level, we would have parent group circles as home partner support during distance learning. There's also this Catch Them Before They Fall initiative for enhancing the skills of the parents in teaching reading. Project Assess, Intervene, and Make a Community of Readers. And of course, we've been able to see schools developing cross-curricular integrative assessment when the teachers and the school officials collaborate in designing integrative assessments that somehow strengthen our effort to foster academic ease. When you allow integrative assessment to be done, the learners did not have to work on 8 outputs. They just work on one output that was properly planned so that the competencies in the different curricular areas are already covered by just one performance task. Next slide, please. And of course, the engagement of teachers and learning support aides in home visitation. We did not make it compulsory for teachers to visit the homes of the learners. But I'm personally very proud, being a teacher myself, former teacher, having been with the Department of Education for the last 36 years, starting out as a high school teacher, that many of our fellow teachers went to visit learners, especially those identified as needing extra support during home visits. We also employed learning support aids for families whose parents are saying they are not capable of providing the support needed by their children. Next slide, please. So additional best practice, of course, mobile phones and tapping, the most popular social media in the country, Facebook, has been proven to be very helpful in making modular learning effective in all grade levels. We even discovered that if you send an audio message using FB Messenger, you are not charged for data cost by our telecommunications provider. Next slide. And again, Facebook and mobile and other social media accounts were also used. And finally, next slide. We always believe that our strand, curriculum and instruction, known as CI strand in the Department of Education, we always remember that in everything we do, even during the COVID-19 time, we always remind ourselves that children are most important. Thank you very much. Mabuhay.
Thank you, Dr. Antonio. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. We fully agree that children are important. And I think teachers are the people who really make the children to be more important and useful citizen as well. Thank you for mindful about the time. Let's have the Japanese case presentation from Dr. Isoda, co-presented with Dr. Nomura. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dei. I will present with Dr. Nomura. Dr. Nomura?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I will present. You see? Okay, teacher education to develop student agency, online international shareable courses with CMA countries and APEC economies and the new normal in the case of pilot course on mathematics education. And we established the framework for the online course under the CMA, and I would like to acknowledge Dr. Esel, Dr. Wahidi, and Dr. Kitsachai for enabling us to develop this framework for the collaborations. And these programs are provided by the University of Tsukuba with collaboration of Lexan, Sikkim, Konkan University, Vietnam National University, University Philippines, University Pedagogica Nacional, it is in Mexico, and Valparaiso Catholic Universities in Chile. On those collaborations, we provided the 20 lessons for the CML school network and others. This is the extension program of C teacher internship program because of we are in the under the pandemic, we couldn't implement C teacher program on that context. we developed this course. And this course used internationally qualified publications in English, and from the publication from the Springer, such as publications from Springer and publication from the state of New South Wales in Australia and so on. And there are many publications with the female institutions. And also we are referring the local qualified language editions from Spanish, in Russia, in Korean, and also the national textbook in the every countries. And this is the result of the 20 lessons. And the final participant are 276 because it is too hard work for attaining the classes. But the final participant, the impression is very much positive, and some are suggestive. And based on suggestion, we revise and we provide the next program. And one is that appeared with subtitle edition will appear again on female cares. And the next program will be the fractions. Thank you very much. And additionally, we have the local program. This is the case of the Konkan University. It has a unique program in Thailand for PhD mathematics education. And we also enjoyed, and at the same time, all of us feel very much happy for the collaborations. Thank you very much, Konkan Universities. And based on those programs, we also extend it to more large framework. Now, Dr. Nomura, turn.
Thank you very much, Professor Soda. So today I'd like to introduce one new initiative newly started from this year launched by the MEX, Ministry of Education of Japanese government, called the Japan Virtual Campus. This is an initiative to share the educational contents among the higher education institutions and provide those contents globally. And member universities, member institution is not limited just only in Japan, but also would like to extend this partnership with other countries. And actually, the sharing this kind of the educational contents through online is not really a new thing. There are many similar initiatives as introduced by some representative or speakers even in this symposium. But there are two unique points in this initiative opened by the Japanese government. I'd like to add that more than 50 universities already declared to join this initiative from Japan. And the University of Tsukuba is assigned to be a coordinator of this program. And the 2 points which is unique for this initiative one is that each institution prepares the content as a course or module, and it become as a course. But we will develop a kind of new course by combining the part of each courses to create a new one, depending on the demand. Let's say demand-driven contents will be possible. So that sometimes the learners or some schools overseas would like to have this course, but we do not have exactly same course given by the one institution. But if we combine part of each courses, we could create a new course which could be on demand in other countries. This is one unique point. Another one is that this initiative has two schemes for providing the contents. One is a free base. So the content will be released to the learners freely. But another part is the fee base. Sometimes the local school or company or the organization would like to have a specific contents and they are ready to show the expenses for that. In that case, depending on the demand or request from the organization, we could create, and from the selling those contents, we will make a scheme to share the profit with the partner institution who provided those contents. So there are 2 points, and we believe that this could be a very helpful to continue our learning under this pandemic situation. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And our proposal is related with the collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Isuda and Professor Nomura. I think you have walked us through various study and findings in Southeast Asia together with Japan. It has been something interesting for us to take home and to think how we can work it out in comparing our country in Southeast Asia and reflecting what we can do better. I think after the last presentation from Vietnam, we will further discuss that. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ho, the Senior ICT Officer from the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam. The floor is yours. Yes, please, Dr.
Can you see?
Yeah, very well.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Vietnam, I would like to share some experience in distance learning and learning continuity from Vietnam. As we may know, COVID-19 pandemic has comprehensive effect to all aspects of our society and education. Vietnam has experienced four-way COVID-19 with increases. The number of students now is 80 million of 53 institutions has stopped go to school. The MOET issues policy suspend classes without stop learning. The first we need to do is to have institution to develop teaching and learning plan. In this plan, we use many educational officer and school leader and teacher and staff and student parent, and especially we invite ICT company to involve in this activity and other organization. We also to discuss with other to deliver education model. Firstly, I would like to share with online learning in the rural in the urban area with internet infrastructure is good, equipment for student and teacher available online learning resources. We use some framework to deliver learning courses like Zoom and MS Team and so on. Moreover, we also use a learning management system of ICT company like from Viettel, VNPT, FPT to deliver learning more, especially in at that time, every internet access cost is free. Another model we use a combination between TV and mobile phone. Before we deliver teaching and learning plan, we deliver teaching learning plan for student and their parent. Local television agency cooperate with Vietnam television deliver lesson to a student by a night channel. A student and their teacher communicate via mobile phone and even postman. However, we also have some challenges like other country, online teaching and learning competency of the student and teacher have some limitation. Internet quality is very low because the number user use internet in one time is very high. Moreover, online learning resources have some limitation. The quality in online also have a problem because learning motivation of students is very low. Moreover, we also face with difficulty in facility for students like device, computer, and so on. From this year, we have planned to issue some policy to implementing digital literacy into national curriculum. Especially, we organize some online conference to teach teacher how to improve digital literacy for students in all subjects. Moreover, we also have to plan to develop online learning resources. Also have some enhanced online learning framework. Another important that we have a policy to encourage educator, especially teacher, apply ICT in their work every day. That is some policy we already done in this year. And thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ho. I think this is very reflecting what the three presentations are about, walking us through the cases of Southeast Asia and education system, education services. We don't stop teaching, and children don't stop learning, and the policy makers don't stop coming up with strategies how to improve, to make sure that teaching and learning are ongoing and at acceptable quality. If I may make a few a collection of key ideas that is coming out here from the policy makers, from the researchers, and as well as from the specialist expert on the ground doing at the country level. I think this has presented that even pandemic, COVID-19 issues and everything is still ongoing, especially in education sector, that all the duty bearers, all the right holders are working on to enhance the knowledge, skills, and improve the attitude of learning and teaching. I think the what just presented, teachers now, they have to put additional what we call online teaching and learning competency as well. Not only the classroom base, but they need to do to be able to use the online teaching, knowledge production, developing learning contents and teaching contents in order to share with other teachers. I think the teacher emotional well-being that has been discussed among the International Teacher Task Force community in order to support teachers with all the necessary equipments to ensure that they can exercise their potentials and to make sure that their teaching still lively and useful and attractive to students by all means. And one laptop for one teacher still in discussion to ensure, and vaccination for all the teachers on their request on volunteer basis has to be enhanced to make sure that school will be safe during and after the COVID-19. I think the diversity of learning, diversity of teaching, and has been discussed too. The action to be taken is to develop teaching and learning material plans, strategies in order to ensure our ongoing delivery has to be at the quality and relevant and acceptable and as much as we can. And also we have to develop more self-learning, self-directed learning and professional development material. And at this stage, this is a couple of observation to share with all the audience. Now it's over to the MC if you have further instruction on the next session. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the speakers. You did a great job.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samsides D. Once again, thank you all our moderators for your kind assistance and support. And thank you all our wonderful speakers for your insightful presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the session, Initiatives and Innovations on ICT and Distance Education for Teachers from Simeo Centers, Associated Member Country, and Affiliate Member. Please allow me to invite Dr. Grisashai Somsaman, Deputy Director for Administration and Communication at Simeo Secretariat, to moderate this session. Dr. Grisashai, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, our MC, Ms. Nutra. Honorable high officials, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting from the headquarters of Simeo Secretariat in Bangkok, Thailand. We are now proceeding to a new session, which we will learn from specialized Simeo centers, one of our associate members countries, and our affiliate member. Simeo, as an intergovernmental organization, we have 26 centers and networks across Southeast Asia to conduct research and implement programs and projects in alignment with the Simeo strategic plan. Our first speaker is from one of our specialized centers, which is Simeo Regional Center for Special Education Needs, or Simeo Sen. We are honored to have Dr. Hanani binti Harun Rasid, the director of Simeo Sen, with us today. Dr. Hanani took the director position of Simeo Sen early this year. Her mission is always in line with Simeo Sen, that is to promote and enhance the quality of special education needs practice in Malaysia and Southeast Asian region. Let's together welcome Dr. Hanani from Simeo Sen to present on the ICT and distance education initiative and innovation. Dr. Hanani, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. I am Dr. Hanani, the director of Simeo Sen. Thank you for inviting me to this prestigious webinar. I will be presenting about Simeo Sen initiatives and innovations on information communication technology or distance education for teachers. As a regional center for special educational needs, Simeo Sen aims to be a leading center for quality teaching and learning in special educational needs and to promote and enhance the quality of special educational needs practices among Simeo members countries. One of the main thrusts of Simeo Sen is the capacity building of teachers in special education. Since we are now in the middle of the pandemic, Simeo Sen has shifted all training from face-to-face to the online platform. In the fiscal year 2020-2021, Simeo Sen has initiated 4 regular courses with 242 participants from all member countries, 9 customized courses with 363 participants from Malaysia, 1 in-country course requested by Brunei with 11 participants, and 4 webinars with 9,078 participants from all member countries. Next, Simeo Sen has implemented the 7 priority areas as it provides the basis and support for training and consultation division to address and highlight the areas of development when designing our training sessions. The need to address these areas prepare us on the outline of intervention and assistance needed for educators in special education, thus set us out on target to achieve the aims and objectives. Consequently, the 7 priority areas allow us to find comprehensive resources and information on expected achievements and results for the development of special educational needs. For priority area 1, early childhood care and education, there are 5 courses with 246 participants from all member countries. One of the training is sexuality education for children with special educational needs with 61 participants. In addressing priority 2, addressing barriers to inclusion, SIMIOSEN has organized 4 courses with 500 participants, and one of the training is closing the educational gap for persons with disabilities with 383 participants. There are 3 courses with 136 participants that were carried out to address priority 3, resiliency in the face of emergencies. And one of the training is epilepsy awareness among school teachers with 80 participants. Next, to address revitalizing teacher education under priority 5, SIMIOSEN has organized 5 courses with 8,781 participants. One of the training is new normal for special education with 7,019 participants. And lastly, for priority 7, which is adopting a 21st century curriculum, there is one course requested by Brunei with 11 participants titled Developing a Curriculum for Students with Special Needs, Secondary Level. SIMIOSEN has conducted a case study to get feedback from our online training participants. We managed to interview participants from all member countries. Overall, the results from a case study conducted by SIMIOSEN has shown that special education educators from Southeast Asia, rather than being passive throughout the pandemic, have portrayed strong determination and positive attitudes associated with developing themselves as educators by attending and benefiting from the training sessions organized by SIMIOSEN. Another initiated by SIMIOSEN is addressing the barriers to distance education is development of virtual library and publication hub where it is accessible to the public. The virtual library and publication hub provide relevant content and materials on special education, inclusive education, or disabilities in the regional and international context. SIMIOSEN also provides learning materials and videos of all the online courses. We hope this initiative would be beneficial for all educators as resource hub. I hope my presentation will give insights to all educators regarding revitalizing the teaching process in line with the digital revolution and also will help in addressing the barriers to distance education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hanani. We are glad to learn that SIMIOSEN has provided courses and various resources to support capacity building for educators of students with special education needs. Our next speaker is from our SIMIO centers based in Metro Manila, Philippines. We are proud to have Dr. Juan Robertino Macaldi with us today. Dr. Robbie is currently a senior specialist and head of the Learning Management and Implementation Unit at SIMIO Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, or SIMIO Innotech. Let's together welcome Dr. Robbie to the virtual stage. Dr. Robbie, the next 5 minutes is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to everyone, to all audience of the International Teacher Task Force and everything. I am Robbie Macalde from CMEO Innotech. I'll discuss about the CMEO Innotech's teacher development journey. To be more specific, we usually call our capacity building programs into different acronyms. Started as a competency, it's a result of the competency framework for Southeast Asian teachers for the 21st century that started around 2009. Thereafter, around 2012, we started our first course for teachers. We call it the Guro 21, or Getting Up Responsible and Outstanding Teachers for Southeast Asia for the 21st century. The title actually is Facilitating 21st Century Skills for Southeast Asian Teachers. A few years later, we developed the second course. We call it Guro 21 Course 2, focusing on developing higher order thinking skills. A year later, we started in action research and whereby developed our first massive open online course that we offered to teachers all over Southeast Asia and some other countries in the Pacific region. Within the same year, with the assistance, with the support of the Ministry of Education Thailand, we started revising the competency framework for teachers, and then we call it the framework for Southeast Asian teachers. And then a few years later, we started our first course under the new competency framework. We call it the CTCF Course 1. To be more specific, our Guro 21 courses, or as mentioned earlier, Getting Up Responsible and Outstanding Teachers for Southeast Asia for the 21st century. For that period, when we started developing it, offering it to Southeast Asia in the sense that we, aside from the Philippines, we also offered it in Thailand, and also in Vietnam. By today, we already have around 30,000 participants or alumni, members of the alumni. Aside from which, we also we also trained around 300 teachers, university officials, and officials from the Ministry of Education in the Philippines and selected countries in in Southeast Asia, to become our flexible learning tutors. As mentioned earlier, we started our MOOC, our first MOOC, Massive Open Online Course. Title is Igniting Passion for Teaching. And our second MOOC started, or we called it Teach On, Keeping the Passion Alive. And as given this experience, we also developed our second or third MOOC. We call it the Becoming a Better Teacher Every Day, or BBTE, based on the new competency framework for Southeast Asian teachers. And very recently, we had another book, we call it the Early Literacy Instruction for K-3 Teachers. In cooperation with our partners, the GIZ, the German International Cooperation Agency, we developed our MOOC WITS and the Leading Wins MOOC. And very recently, we were commissioned by the same organization to develop our MITS WINS Handbook for the African region. By today, since launching our first MOOC, we already have around 40,000 participants. As mentioned earlier, around early this year, we developed our first course under the new competency framework for teachers. We call it the CTCF Course 1. It aims is to develop the core essential competencies of high-performing teachers in the region, specifically covering knowing and understanding what the teacher I teach, helping my students learn, engaging the community, and becoming a better teacher every day. Since the launch, when we started the pilot course, we had around 48,000 enrollees for the pilot offering alone. We are now, out of the 48,000, we have selected around 150 participants, covering almost all teachers from Southeast Asian region. Very recently as well, we developed the MT40. If I'm not mistaken, this was shown earlier by Undersecretary Dads in San Antonio. We call it the MT40, or the Mobile Technology for Teachers. This is a teacher resource kit that promotes the use of mobile technology in Southeast Asia, primarily for teaching and learning in the classroom. And also, in support of the law, or the ALS law, Alternative Learning System, or the Second Chance for Youth program of the Department of Education, we started providing technical assistance on the program developed for DepEd and sponsored by United States Agency for International Development. Part of that program is the creation or development of the Learning Action Cells, a combination of the resource packages of MT40 and its digital citizenship resources. What happened next? Aside from the capacity building program, we have sought accreditation from various accreditation agencies in the Philippines, specifically the Department of Education's National Educators Academy. We were granted a learning service provider, accredited as learning service provider, and all our courses, specifically as mentioned, the Guro 21 courses, were given credits by the same organization. As teachers are also required to have licenses. We sought accreditation as well of the Professional Regulations Commission, and all our courses, Guro 21 courses 1 and 2, were given, including the MOOCs, were given 15 CPD units per course. That means they need not wait for 3 years to be able to renew their respective licenses as teachers. As part of the privilege, again, or benefit of joining our courses, we also developed, we partnered with a number of academic institutions all over the Philippines and selected countries in Southeast Asia, and introduced the so-called 6 units graduate school academic credits. And very recently, we developed the joint graduate diploma program. That means half of the master's program will already be earned after completing at least 3 courses of CMEO Innotech. So the question now is, what's next? As soon as we develop our CTCF Course 1, we're looking at a CTCF Course 2, focused primarily on contextualized teaching and learning, and a series of courses for our ALS 2.0. And in partnership with selected academic institutions in the Philippines, we are aiming that the moment the teachers, our ALS teachers, alternative learning system teachers, be able to complete the 3 courses that we have developed, a series of courses that we have developed for them, they will be granted a graduate diploma under an ALS or non-formal education degree. As part of our future or so-called projects in the future, we're also looking at a massive, a 4th or 5th massive open online course focusing primarily on kindness and compassion. And very soon, we'll launch our first initiative, we call it the Joint Master's Program, with our partners, academic institutions, higher education institutions, and teacher education institutions. That's all for now. So again, this is Dr. Robbie Macalde from CMEO Innotech. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robbie, for the interesting program from CMEO Innotech. We are certain that our participants today will benefit from the capacity building programs you are conducting at CMEO Innotech and become a better teacher every day. Our next speaker is from our CMEO Center as well. We are pleased to have Ms. Jaya Kusumarati as our speaker today. Ms. Jaya is currently an acting deputy director for program at CMEO Regional Opening Learning Centers, or CIMOLECT, in South Tangerang City in Indonesia. She also managed CIMOLECT's research grants and CIMOLECT Southeast Asia Journal on open and distance education. No need for further introduction. Ms. Jaya, the next 5 minutes, it's now yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kisachai. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor for CIMOLECT to be invited in this momentous event for teachers. So in these 5-minute allocations, may we share with you CIMOLECT initiative for teachers in this region. My name is Jaya Kusumarati. I'm CIMOLECT Acting Deputy Director for Program. Next. Hosted by Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, and located in Jakarta, since 1997, CIMOLECT is one of auspicious center under CMEO with expertise in open and distance learning. Next. In response to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, followed by COVID-19 pandemic and global economic crisis, we understand that the education world is also transformed. We will need to cope with the situation and transform it into actions by conducting various improvements to adapt the learning practices. Next. Simolec has two main programs that are dedicated for teachers. First is the development of digital platform and resources, and the second is teacher training and webinar. Next. One of our digital platform that was researched and developed by our IT specialists is a mobile digital resources or mini server that we call it Sierra. Sierra stands for Simolec Innovative Educational Resources for Remote Area. Instead of utilizing internet connections, students may access digital resource in this device by using local network. We put more than 60,000 digital resources in this device from Simolec, MOE Indonesia, and also various VR providers. Whenever we want to update the learning resources, we can bring it to any places with stronger internet connection and connect it to the main servers. Next. We can see from picture that Sierra is very handy, almost in the same size with our credit card. We already piloted the utilization of Sierra in an open secondary school Padalarang, West Java, Indonesia, and also in Indonesia school at Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia. After the pilot in 2019, we share the Sierra development to the Indonesia National ICT Center for further development and disseminations. Next. Simolec is also providing various learning platforms with different purposes. We have 3 learning management systems, 1 MOOC platform, and 1 UR repository that can be utilized by Southeast Asia teachers. Next. In collaboration with partners, currently we have various digital resources in the form of printed and digital modules, videos, and also augmented reality and virtual reality simulations. Our current development is AI for English as a foreign language, and also a prototype of machine learning with visualization for vocational students. Next. In Simolec, regularly we conduct face-to-face, blended, and also fully online trainings. We also organize our online training in 3 modes, synchronous, asynchronous, and a combination of both. Next. We started the fully synchronous mode training last year in the beginning of pandemic with our program that we called Simolec Mini Lecture Series or Smiles in short. At that time, we would like to provide simple and ready-to-use materials for teachers and lecturers, including strategies and tips in designing online learning. From March until June 2020, we successfully gathered 1,900 educators from Indonesia and more than 3,000 participants from Southeast Asia. Next. In our regular online trainings that we conducted since 2016 until now, usually we combine synchronous and asynchronous approaches. We are utilizing our MOOC platform as well as messaging app and also video conference tool. We also have our e-training platform for our online training management. Since July 2020 until June 2021, we successfully conduct more than 80 trainings and participated by more than 10,000 educators. Next. There are 6 most wanted training for teachers. You can get more information by following our social media or frequently check our e-training platform. Next. In 2021, we are piloting the online training for teachers in fully asynchronous mode. We are utilizing a learning management system as the online training class, as well as a messaging app as a canteen for participants where they can talk and chit-chat casually with each other, as well as with the instructors. To make this online course engaging, we designed this online course with bite-sized contents, various learning activities, self-paced learning, and also with peer and collaborative discussions. Next. This course is digital comic for engaging online learning. It is a collaborative work between Simolec and UPI and ITB lecturers. And this course is designed to facilitate teachers to get the basic knowledge and practical experience on designing digital comic. It is 5-week course and participating by 35 teachers. Next. Since the course is still running, unfortunately, we could not share the comprehensive result for you, but we can share some comments from teachers that is shown in the group discussions. From those comments, we can preliminary identify that various asynchronous online activities make this course engaging. It is self-paced and it is still loved by participants. And then for those who are used to with the video conference, this course is giving ideas for teachers to optimize various attacks and less worry with the internet usage. Next. Any further questions or discussions, we welcome you to send us emails. Thank you very much for listening our initiative.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jaya, for introducing us interesting capacity development programs from Simolec. Simolec has a very impressive digital infrastructure and resources, and is successfully implemented and benefit the educator in the Southeast Asian region. Thank you so much. From our Simeo centers, we are now moving to our Simeo associate member countries. We are very honored to have Mr. Bushaib Essahi from Embassy of Kingdom of Morocco in Bangkok, Thailand. He is the third secretary here at the Embassy of the Kingdom of Morocco in Bangkok. Morocco had just joined us at CMO associate member country this year, but has been supporting the education in Southeast Asia for a long time. Let's learn from Mr. Bushaib on our great collaboration and support from the Kingdom of Morocco. Mr. Bushaib, the virtual floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kate Sachai. Ladies and gentlemen, greeting to all of you. I would like first to thank you for the organization of this important virtual forum on the role of ICT in education system, especially in our current context marked by new challenges that all the countries of the world are now facing due to COVID-19. So my presentation will be focused on 2 points. The first one, the Moroccan national strategy in integrating ICT in the national Moroccan education system. The second one related to the resilience of the education system of Morocco during this time of pandemic. Launched in 2005, the Moroccan national strategy baptized the GINI program, Generalization of Information and Communication Technologies in Education, is a large-scale, long-term national policy and initiative developed and implemented by the Moroccan Ministry of Education. This strategy aims to incorporate ICT to improve access to a quality of education in primary and secondary school. It incorporates key pillars for an effective national ICT in education policy, such as infrastructure, teacher training, development of digital resources, and transformation of teaching and learning practices. This national strategy to generalize ICT in education has provided 70% of Moroccan schools with internet access, 40% of them in rural areas, and train more than 260,000 teachers for ICT use. Through more than 200 symposiums, but also distance learning and courses. This strategy, by the way, was awarded on March 7, 2017 in Paris, the UNESCO King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa Prize 2017 for the use of information and communication technologies in education. So this national policy, initiated in 2005, was conducted on 2 main stages and updated 3 times. So during the first period, 2005-2008, the initial objectives was that the generalization of the introduction of ICTs in all public schools. For illustration, the slide number 6 summarize the achievements of the GINI program in the field of infrastructure, teacher training, development of digital transformation. As illustration, during this period, 2,063 schools were equipped with multimedia rooms and connected to internet, including 395 secondary school, 521 junior secondary school, 1,053 primary schools, and 94 training centers. Also, in the field of training, 50,000 teachers have benefited from training in ICT's capacity building. So for the period 2009-2021, the achievements of this strategy was summarized in the slide number 11. We can mention the development of several training programs according to UNESCO's competency standards in 2008 that were updated in 2011 and 2014. Also, the creation in 2010 of the Moroccan Korean Training Center in ICT and development of two specific programs offering training to more than 3,000 experts. Also in 2013, an academy in IT was launched, and Microsoft Office specialized certificates for the benefits of the teaching body in Morocco. Also, the establishment of a national laboratory of digital resources in the same year in 2010, and also the training of more than 600 regional inspectors to use the purchase of digital resources. Finally, we can mention in the field of infrastructure, as mentioned in the slide number 29. So this slide shows that 87% of the schools have benefited from a basic multimedia rooms, and 85% of the schools are now connected to internet. So regarding the second point concerning the resilience of the education system of Morocco during this time of pandemic, as the government of Morocco had suspended all classes on March 13, 2020 due to COVID pandemic, the Ministry of Education quickly involved different stakeholders, public administration to the private sector, to help come up with ways to continue educating and staying connected with students through virtual classrooms.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have 1 minute left.
Okay, I will finish now with this conclusion. The schools were reopened after 6 months, but the new challenges of COVID-19 has motivated Morocco to come up with a new system that prepares the school for the new realities and for the future of education. Classrooms are kept smaller than new methods of teaching. Also, the schools are now more connected than ever, and the system of education of the new way of teaching and learning is being developed. Thank you so much for your attention, and I remain disposal for your question or clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bouchaib from the Kingdom of Morocco, one of CIMIO associate member countries. We are quite impressed. We are quite impressed with the national strategy on integrated ICT for education of Morocco, and we are certain that our collaboration with Morocco will provide a great benefit on the capacity development of educators together. Thank you so once again.
Thank you, Dr. Kritsasha. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have CIMIO SIG affiliate member, and today we are honored to have speakers from the International Council for Distance Education, or ICDE. We have Secretary General Torun Yelswick, and she is also accompanied with Dr. Van McIntosh, UNESCO ICDE Chair in Open Education Resource, Managing Director, OER Foundation, and OER Universitas Facilitators. Let's hear from our two speakers for this session today. Secretary General Torrent, the floor is yours.
Greetings from Norway. My name is Torin Gjelsvik. I'm the Secretary General of the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE. In this video, we will introduce to you the ICDE and the OER universities. We will also share information on a free and open online course to improve digital skills for educators and students. Finally, a recent graduate of one of the courses will share her experience of the course, including the benefits for participation. ICD is the leading global membership organization working to promote and advocate for open, flexible, and distance learning. ICD has more than 250 members and partners, impacting over 15 million students across 6 continents. The organization is in a consultative partnership with UNESCO and shares UNESCO's key value, the universal right to education to all. ICD deeply believes in the potential of open education to achieve education for all. Open education and open education resources, OER, has been a strategic priority for ICD over many years, and it is again an important focus in our current strategic plan for 2021 to 24. One of ICD's key partners in this field is OER Universitas, OERU. Coordinated by the OER Foundation, the OERU International Network of Institutions offer free online courses for students worldwide based entirely on OER. The course that will be presented today is part of the Learning in the Digital Age series of microcourses. It is aimed at developing the skills and confidence to become competent and autonomous learners in a digital age. To present this course, I will now leave the floor to the Managing Director of the OER Foundation, Wayne McIntosh.
Kia ora, and greetings from New Zealand. My name is Wayne McIntosh, and I'm the Managing Director of the OER Foundation, which is coordinating the implementation of the OERU. I also hold the UNESCO ICDE Chair in OER. At the OERU, we are collaborating with ICDE and UNESCO at the heart of the education endeavor, that is to share knowledge freely through open education. Our network of institutions has pioneered a transnational micro-credentialing system with pathways for learners to achieve formal academic credit. Powered by OER, you can study for free, and you don't need to buy expensive textbooks. Moreover, as OER, you have the freedom to share these courses with your own learners, and if you'd like, you can add value by translating these courses into local languages in your respective countries. Please join us in widening access to education for all. Today, I would like to introduce the Learning in a Digital Age series of microcourses. There are 4 microcourses, and each microcourse will take about 20 to 30 hours to complete. The course materials are designed for independent online study, and I recommend that you spend approximately 1 to 1.5 hours each working day for 2 weeks. Don't worry if you fall behind. Access to the course materials will remain open, and you can progress at your own pace as your work and personal commitments allow. This is a unique course because we don't use a learning management system. Our philosophy is to help learners to learn on the internet, and we use a component-based system using the tools of the internet rather than a single software application. our learning environment is entirely open source, so you don't need to purchase any software licenses or sacrifice personal data to access the learning materials. Institutions are free to replicate our systems for their own use. All you need to do is select a micro course which attracts your interest and start learning today. You can earn digital participation badges for free, and we also offer a competency certification in copyright and Creative Commons licensing. Join over 8,000 learners from more than 90 countries who have participated in one or more of the Learning in a Digital Age microcourses. Registration is easy. Let me show you how. Go to the course page on the OERU website at oeru.org/leader. Click on the orange Sign Up It's Free button to register your interest to participate in one of the courses. So this will take you to a landing page where you can provide your details and email address for us to send you course instructions via email. Alternatively, you can go straight to the learning materials by clicking on the green Start Learning button here. This will take you to the course website where you can gain access to the course materials in the learning pathways. From the course website, you can also register to receive course instructions via email by clicking on the Login Register button on the top right of your screen. Click on the register link to register a new account and provide your details, and we will send you the course instructions via email. Finally, I would like to introduce Simone Wood from Otago Polytechnic in New Zealand. She's a recent graduate of the Learning in a Digital Age course, and as one of her course projects, she developed a short video providing further details of the course and its benefits for learners. I look forward to seeing you online, and I hope that you enjoy your learning experience with us.
Thank you so much, Secretary General Tarun from ICDE in Norway, and also Dr. Wayne for the impressive introduction of the online program on learning in digital age. I think we have learned a lot from our speaker in this session, and we realize that there are plenty of resources to help us improve the capacity of our educators in the region and beyond. Once again, thank you, our speaker from Simeo-Sen, Simeo Innotech, Simeo Simolec, the Kingdom of Morocco, and ICDE and OER Universitas. We have concluded with this session. Let me hand over the virtual floor back to our MC for proceeding with the next session of the webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Krisachai and all the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the presentation of the action agenda on the high-level forum. May I now invite Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascoe Venezuela, Director of the Simeo Secretariat, to present the action agenda. Dr. Ethel, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. May I read to you the action agenda on high-level forum on teacher competencies in the digital revolution, reaching the unreached. This was circulated in advance to Simeo member countries for their comments and recommendations. Let me read this. We, the delegates and participants to the high-level forum on teacher competencies in the digital revolution, reaching the unreached, organized by the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization in collaboration with the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030 and UNESCO Institute for Technologies in Education, have together reviewed the regional initiatives from Southeast Asia and beyond, and recognized the need to develop collective recommendations for the next 3 years. Appreciating the gains and progress in the region, and despite the challenges posed by unprecedented education disruptions brought by COVID-19 pandemic, embracing strategic partnerships and collaboration as key enablers in transforming education to ensure no teachers is unprepared to use technology to reach the learners to ensure that no one is left behind. Realizing that working harmoniously together and complementing our common aspirations will be the bedrock of success and will facilitate achievement of the SDGs by 2030. We call to action among CMEO member countries, members of Teacher Task Force, partner organizations to achieve this cooperation among TTF members and CMEO member states to focus on the following key areas: investing in teachers' capacity building and professional development in areas of distance learning and digital technologies in education, supporting the teacher workforce, especially those assigned to the most difficult and remote areas, by promoting relevant support, training, and incentives for them to fulfill their duties and functions. Creating a policy environment for teacher professional and personal well-being, motivation, and support, especially in the most disadvantaged contexts during this time of pandemic, and providing access to hybrid and distance learning programs and resources to enhance teacher competencies in the digital era. We, the heads of delegations and participants in the high-level forum, commit to continue collaborating with the international and regional partners such as TTF, UNESCO, IITE, and other relevant stakeholders and partners to prepare the teachers and to support learners amidst uncertainties and challenges. We therefore agreed to adopt this statement and elevate to the CMEO Council for Innovative Transformation in Southeast Asian Education pursuant to the CMEO Strategic Plan 2021 to 2030 and towards SDG 2030.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eto. Next, may I kindly invite Ms. Laila Lupis, Senior Project Officer, Secretariat of the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, to share the statement of support on the action agenda. On behalf of the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, please welcome Ms. Lupis.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to represent the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030 and to support the action agenda presented today. I would like to recognize with thanks the contribution of CMEO and the UNESCO Institute for Technologies in Education for their work as co-coordinators of our network's thematic group on ICT and distance education for teacher development. The points in the action agenda go to the heart of the work of the Teacher Task Force: to advocate for greater support for teachers, to encourage knowledge creation and sharing on key teacher issues, and to support countries as they move to ensure that all teachers are prepared to reach all learners. In particular, the action agenda highlights some critical points. Firstly, the teachers require much more preparation and support if they are to be asked to provide distance, online, or blended teaching and learning. This isn't just in relation to devices and connectivity, although that is an issue. It also covers pedagogy and new approaches required by these new methods and tools. No technology can replace the teacher, but teachers do need to be better prepared to work with technology. It is important also to ensure that teachers themselves are given the autonomy to develop and adapt their teaching methods. Second, the action agenda also rightly points to the fact that teachers working with marginalised communities and in disadvantaged areas
are facing much greater challenges than many of their peers. We know that often these teachers are working with very large classes and very few materials and resources to support them. If we want to reach the global education goals, to ensure that all children everywhere enjoy the right to quality education, those teachers and their learners will need extra support. Lastly, the action agenda draws attention to a critical point which we have seen over the past year, and we've been advocating for many years, that countries need to develop and implement holistic teacher policies which cover all dimensions in relation to teachers. Not only does this include recruitment, deployment, and management, but in particular, there is the need to take into account teacher well-being and motivation, and to provide psychosocial support, as teachers themselves are being asked to provide psychosocial support to their learners, their families, and their communities. Last week, the Teacher Task Force released a call for greater investments in teachers and teaching. The call recognises that none of the points raised above will be achieved without greater, smarter, and more effective investments in teachers, and in particular in teacher professional development. Our call includes not only the need to increase domestic funding, but we also call on the international community and other partners to give greater priority to supporting teachers. We cannot expect to promote quality education for all children, to talk about building back better and education recovery from the crisis without greater support for teachers. We look forward to working together with you in the months to come to bring this action agenda to reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lupis. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the end of the forum. It is my great honor to invite His Excellency Alain Del Pascua, Undersecretary of Department of Education, Philippines, to deliver the closing remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
A good day to everyone. On behalf of the Philippine Department of Education and Secretary Leonor Magdolis Briones, I would like to congratulate the International Teacher Task Force of CIMEO UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education for organizing this high-level forum on teacher competencies, focusing on the digital revolution. Educators and officials in the education sector around the world are very much aware of the role digital technology plays in reaching the unreached, especially now we are still in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. The presentations from different countries about the ICT competencies during the pandemic, the ICT support given to disadvantaged teachers and learners, the models different countries have developed, and the innovations for teachers have truly been insightful for everyone. The quality of education system cannot rise above the quality of its teachers and school principals. Thus, we, in the position to improve such quality, should also focus on continuous development of our teachers and school heads. Today's teachers need to keep up with the need of the 21st century learners. Learners require deep mastery of challenging content, critical thinking, complex problem solving, effective communication and collaboration, and self-direction. Continuing professional development is an imperative, especially in the midst of the clarion call for quality education. This need is even more critical with the onslaught of COVID-19 pandemic. The disruption created by the pandemic forced education systems all over the world to deliver education with limited or in many cases without involving in-school face-to-face learning, like in the Philippines. With distance learning as the default mode of delivery in most education systems, teachers and school learners or school leaders have to learn new skills, review what they already know, and strengthen their practices in the midst of the challenges of teaching in the distance learning modality. One of the skills that teachers and school leaders have to look into is their ability to use and leverage the power of information and communications technology in the delivery of learning. This does not just mean being familiar with and effectively using a range of technologies from low tech to high tech that features sophisticated learning management systems and other ICT-based applications and solutions, but also rethinking how learners are able to access education and how they actually engage in the learning process. This can be done in the context of available resources, community and home support systems, and infrastructures in their respective areas. As I've always said, teachers have to teach by all means. Learners should also learn by all means. They should use whatever is available in schools and in their homes. The distance learning modality has brought about its own challenges, such as issues on learning loss, validity of student learning, and how to assess it, the mental health and lack of connection, and concerns that have been there even before the pandemic, but are even highlighted because of the present conditions. The pandemic has surely shown the cracks in many education systems, but it also offered a plethora of opportunities for improving the reach and quality of education through the aid of various technologies that are available and those that are yet to be tapped and maximized. Taking advantage of these opportunities would also mean strengthening the competencies of our teachers and school leaders who are considered the education frontliners. These competencies include skills in using technology, but more importantly, their mastery of their content, as well as the different pedagogical approaches that honor the learner's active participation in their own learning process. This promotes learner agency with technology supporting the whole process. In the end, it is not the technology that will derive it is not technology that will drive effective education delivery and instruction. It is the well-prepared and well-executed design that will make the technology relevant, very relevant. The presentations of the different countries that highlighted the success stories of teachers and education systems are proof that indeed ICTS is our ally that can help us rise above the challenges of this pandemic and respond to the call of improving the quality of education, if not just the resiliency of education at this time. Once again, congratulations to the organizers and the presenters. Through continued cooperative and collaborative activities such as this, we can all fulfill our mandate to deliver education, quality, resilient for the youth of the world. Good morning and good evening to all of you. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you, Undersecretary Del Pasqua, for the valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope this forum has given you helpful takeaway with a collection of good teaching practice and innovations of new normal education, as well as a collection of open educational resources and teaching tools for disadvantaged learners. Before we end today's virtual forum, we wish to have a group photo and instruct you how to register for e-certificate. May we start with a few shots of group photo? I may invite you now to turn on your cameras, please. Can IT give me a signal when everyone is ready? So, Kuntanit, are we ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. On my count, for the first shot at 3, 2, 1. Let's have a second shot at 3, 2, 1. All right, and the last shot at 3, 2, 1.
One
Thank
more.
you. Sorry?
One more shot, please.
Sure. All right. One more shot, please. 3, 2, 1. May I check? Are we good?
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. And now I would like to announce how to register for the e-certificate. As you may see from the screen, you can scan the QR code on the reflection form, and otherwise we will also share the link in the chat box. Please complete the form and ensure that your full name, your organization name, and email address are correct. Please note that we will not be able to change any information on your e-certificate, as it will be generated by the system accordingly to what you have written on the form. You will receive the e-certificate from us within 1 month. And if you have any questions, please send us an email to the address certificate@cmail.org. The deadline of completing the form is today by midnight Bangkok time. And that's the end of today's virtual high-level forum. On behalf of CMAIL Secretariat, we appreciate your time in joining us today. Please stay tuned for our next events and looking forward to see you all again. In the meantime, please stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's time to open our eyes to a bright and promising future. We'll rise to the call of the times and create a stronger tomorrow. Let's start to make a difference, teaching everyone to learn through science, health, and technology. We will share our expertise by promoting knowledge and policies. We can build a better world. Let us take a stand for our visions alone, bringing future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and green. Here at CMAIL, building the future is our legacy. We'll achieve our goals through partnership, creating opportunities. By working hand in hand, we can accomplish all our dreams. For a better quality of life is now within our reach. Let us take a stand for our visions alone, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and green.
afternoon, Mr. Joseph sudah bergabung. Selamat siang Pak Yosep sudah bergabung untuk webinar kita kali ini.
Okay, pada Miss Lisa, Miss Krishna ya, sorry. And then Miss Sinta, welcome to our webinar. Thank you for joining. Miss Ella, and then Miss Dewi, and then Mr. Erwan, hello. Mr. Erwan in Solo ya. Okay, and Miss Putri Lestari.
Oh yeah, wait.
Okay, I think we can start our webinar now ya. The time is 1 o'clock.
Okay, wait a minute. We will begin our webinar today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the international webinar with the title The Role of Social Media in the Economy of the Future, held by Stekop University and collaboration with Mentionlytics, Hellenic Mediterranean University, and Indonesian Teacher Association. All right. First of all, let praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala because of His blessing and grace we can join virtually in today's event, even though we are in COVID-19 pandemic. And let me introduce myself. My name is Novita Kusumaningtyas, and I will collaboration with Miss Niling as your moderator of today's event. And now let's sing the Indonesian national anthem first. And please, for the operator to play the song, Indonesian.
Nggak ada suaranya ya, Bu? There is no sound.
Wait a minute. Okay, thank you. And now let me welcome to our speaker. Welcome the Honorable Dr. Yosep Teguh Santoso as Rector of Stekom University. Good afternoon, Mr. Yosep. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Yosep.
Test. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah,
Can
good
you hear
afternoon,
me?
Mr. Yosep.
Okay.
Yeah. Next, welcome the Honorable Professor John Copernicus. Good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
sorry. Yeah, morning.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning there. Good afternoon here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And welcome the Honorable Alsbeta Stefanova, BSc MA. Good morning, Miss
Good
Betty.
morning. Good
Yeah.
morning and good afternoon.
Yeah. And the last but not least, good afternoon, Miss Karyati.
Good afternoon and good morning.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. All right, before we move to the main agenda, we would like to read the rules of today's webinar. Let me share the screen first. Yeah. This is the rule of our webinar today. For the audience, mute your audio during the speaker is presenting, and then write down your question in the chat room. If you have you already have the question, you can write the question in chat room and state your question to which presenter you address. And then don't forget to like and subscribe our YouTube channel if you join in our YouTube. And also you can fill your attendance on the link that we will share. Untuk absensinya nanti bisa dituliskan di link yang nanti akan di-share oleh operator. Gitu ya, ini adalah aturan dari webinar kita kali ini. Untuk di-mute audionya dan juga videonya bisa di-mute. Lalu jika sudah ada pertanyaan yang ingin Anda tanyakan, Anda bisa chat di chat room, Anda bisa tuliskan di chat room dan ditujukan kepada siapa pertanyaan itu. Dan juga di like dan subscribe YouTube channel jika Anda bergabung di YouTube. Alright, and then the agenda will be conveyed by Miss Nining. Miss Nining, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Navita. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and good morning for Ms. Betty and Mr. Jones. I would like to read the agendas in this webinar. Let me share screen about our agendas today. Okay. There are 4 agendas. The first is opening speech, and then the second is presentation, and then the third is question and answer session, and the last is conclusion and closing. For the first opening speech, this is from Mr. Joseph, the Stekom University Rector, and then the second is this one. The first speaker is from Mr. John, and the second speaker is from Alsbeta Stefanova. And then after them give the presentation, we will take the question randomly from the chat box, and then please write down your question in the chat room. Mention your name and your hometown or your institution, and also state to which presenter you address your questions. And then next is the speaker, Ms. Karyati, SSMBD. And then we will have a question and answer session after Ms. Karyati give her presentation. And then after that, we will summarize and give closing for you. And then after this, let me see. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Joseph Teguh Santoso to give opening speech. To Mr. Joseph, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nining.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, and my friends and students from of the Stecom University, good afternoon, and also good afternoon for Professor John and Miss Miss Betty, and Miss Karyati. I'm pleased to welcome you to this webinar with the topic is the role of the social media in the economy of the future. It is an honor to be here with you today. Only the very best people in any field will take the time and make the sacrifice to come so far for a webinar like this. Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand the importance of science, technology, and innovation in our day-to-day lives and the ways in which they are transforming the world. Bill Gates states that we are changing the world with technology, like the webinar that we are carrying out today as the result of our technology that can eliminate and the boundaries of time and space, so we can improve knowledge across regions, countries, and continents easily. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that by participating in this webinar, we are in the right place and the right time. Social media is our main topic in these webinars. Everyone use social media for various purposes. If we can use well, we can get many benefits. We use social media to get a lot of information. We also use social media to increase our income. Social media marketing is one of the various types of marketing that is now widely used. This type of marketing takes advantage of the role of social media in the marketing process. Besides, we use social media to sharing stories or experiences with friends and relatives. We must be able to take the advantage of social media as business opportunity. Well, we will know more about how social media for the economy of the future in this webinars. Once again, I would like to say thank you very much. We wish you all very nice webinars. Thank you and have a nice day. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nining.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joseph, for your opening speech. And now, Mr. Vita will invite our speaker.
All right. Now we move to the second agenda, that is presentation. And for the first presentation will be delivered by Professor John Kapanakis and also go together with Miss Betty. So, Professor John, time is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It is an honor participating in this webinar. I'm a professor of business intelligence in the Hellenic Mediterranean University, and I'm also one of the co-founders of Mensolytics. I would like to share my experience for all those years that I have been working actually with data. My background is computer science, but since then I have evolved to a data analyst and a business intelligence expert. So I would like to share with you what I have learned all those years, either in research or in entrepreneurship. There is no doubt that in our modern world, we produce more data that we could actually imagine that we would ever do. Such kind of data either produced from us, humans, or for business purposes. And there is a great potential also for data produced from all the sensors that we've got. The growth of the data that we produce is exponential. And we never before have realized the potential that it would be and the growth that it would have. Most of us, we know the amount of data that produced every second or every day from the social media. We haven't realized the trillions of data produced from our economy. And one thing that I would like you to remember is that 90% of the data of our world has been produced the past 2 years. That is something amazing, showing just the indication of the years to come. And we live the era of big data, which is actually structured and unstructured data. There is not just numbers, it is also text, images, and video. And there is a great need of storing, analyzing, and enhancing that data. But I wouldn't like just to stay of what we have done. I would like to highlight also what humans can do. Every day, we perceive, analyze in our mind, and we are trying to conceptualize almost more than 30 gigabytes of data. That is not a small number. From the devices that we've got, from our mobile phone, in the work, from the television, from all the gadgets that we've got, there is a constant flow of data in our mind. But that's just one part of the truth. Our problem is that the human mind is not capable yet to analyze and perceive that data. And we've got what we call information overload. You can see it as students in your personal life or as teachers, that we are constantly distracted from push notifications, from messages, from chat, and we don't give the appropriate time to our mind to process that information and produce knowledge. That's the huge problem from the huge amount of data that we've got in our environment. What can we do about that? We can't change the things and our civilization as it is evolving. We were in the agricultural age, we continued to the industrial age, the previous century was in the information age, and we already are within the conceptual age. What that means? Conceptual age means that either ourselves or our students or the students that are in this webinar must learn how to take advantage of data, produce information, analyze that, and deliver concepts. It's not that in the past that we just needed to have information, accurate information to be able to prosper in the environment. It's not just as in the industrial age for factory workers. The years to come are totally different, and we have to change our mentality and how we perceive things. There is no doubt that the data of the future, the data is the oil of the future, and it will drive innovation and the economy. Even the autonomous vehicles will produce a lot of more data per day than carbon dioxide, which is something quite good. Until now, I'm just stating some thoughts and probably some problems. But what is the answer? The answer for the years to come is the data science. Scientists from all the areas, from computer science, from statistics, from mathematics, from all the areas of the industry have merged of what we call data analytics. Data analytics is the application of data science in all business sectors and industries. In other words, our effort, our ability to consume all the data produced by our civilization, the answer is data analytics. Otherwise, we won't be able to evolve and grow. And that is the framework that I just wanted quickly to put our concepts and way of thinking. But I would like now to be more practical and advise either you or the students or how should we prepare our courses and how should we prepare the next generation and the abilities that they should have. So I would like to highlight what does a data analyst do per day? What is his job? It is a collective background. In other words, it has to have strong mathematical background and computer science background, databases, statistical analysis, and cognitive ability to understand problems, posing the right questions, and from data, trying to find the answers. It's not an easy job, but it is quite interesting with a variety of skills and personal involvement. For the university professors, for the teachers, and for the students in this webinar, skills in this field are quite interested in the industries, any kind of industries. If you are able to grow your skills in business intelligence, in predictive modeling, in data mining, in text mining, in decision analysis, and in reporting, like data visualization and process modeling, these are the courses that their application, they are going to be in a great need in the years to come in the businesses. But these are difficult terms, and if you are not accustomed to, it might be a little bit more difficult to understand. I would like to stress out this slide and the evolution of our evolution in the modern era, and accordingly, the business evolution. In the traditional way that we did business, we did almost all the time the same things, again and again, every week and every month. But if we manage to change our decision making, if we manage to improve our way of doing things with decisions based on data, and we improve our services and what we deliver to our customers or to our students based on data, then we have managed to improve and optimize our way of thinking, and we have enhanced the growth of data and all the knowledge that it is within. All the companies, either in the level they are trying to be in these two final sectors. They are trying to analyze all the data they've got. In example, in e-shop, if you are trying to selecting few items, they are suggesting items in the same category that other users have already selected or purchased. That is from inferences and suggestions inferred from data. What is a career for a data analyst? Because all the companies would like to analyze their data and improve their services in order to be in a better position in the future, if a student follows a career in this area, there is a great potential, there is a high demand for finding a job and have a fruitful future. All the reports, all the analysis that in the HR sector indicate such a growth. In Europe, that I know, there is a demand of 100,000 data analysts in any sector. So, the general context, we will live, and we are already living, in a data-driven economy. So, data-driven decision-making is an essential part of that economy. And the future worker should be able to interpret data, produce information, and derive knowledge. If we apply that context in today's webinar, in social media, that is social media analytics, where we have a great growth and a great need of the huge amount of data that are produced in social media in order to be interpreted and have inferences and decisions of how should we market our products, how should we market our tourism, and many, many stuff. All those areas that are here in this slide are high demanding jobs in the area of marketing and more specifically in the application of data analytics in marketing and the area of social media analytics. This is a quite interesting report. The market of social media analytics just a few years ago, it was $3 billion US. The years to come, that would be tripled. It's going to be $9 billion US. There is a steady growth all the years that have passed of more than 25%. So if you apply data analytics, if you've got the technological background of analyzing and applying it to marketing and social media, then there is no company, either a medium or a public one, or any kind of industry that is going to be needing that kind of technology and that kind of applications. But if we look ahead of the years to come, what is going to happen? What is going to need? This is actually from an article of mine that it was quite interesting and had many reads. I believe that predictive analytics is going to be of high demand. Real-time marketing activities, meaning that humans won't be the ones that would be producing the marketing campaigns, but they will be self-adapted to personalized services. And chatbots would be answering on the sites that would be communicating, or probably in the answering machines. And something that it is quite impressive, even the movies that we see or the advertisements that we see from the web are analyzed, and there is highlighted which part of the movie is more interesting in order to improve the next movie produced. So not just the next years, but many years ahead, the area of data analytics and social media will meet a great growth. To sum up, either as a student or as a teacher, we should learn to our students how they will be able to take data, produce information, and then knowledge. That's not an easy task, either for humans or for machines. We have to connect all those dots, which are quite complicated. It's not easy to find knowledge anymore as in the past. We have to learn to teach the next generation how to produce knowledge from the huge amount of data that is fluctuating from one side of the world to the other. Thank you. It was just a short presentation. I hope you find it interesting and not get bored. And after Betty and the next presentation, I will be more than happy to answer any question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for Mr. John for your great presentation. And we move to next presentation from Miss Betty. Yeah, after that, we open a question and answer for you both, right? Okay, Miss Betty, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm just going to share my screen with the presentation that I have prepared for you. Okay, just a little introduction about me and why I'm here speaking today. My name is Alžbeta Stefanova. As you have already seen, it is a tongue twister, so everybody is calling me Betty. It's just easier. I have a degree in communications that I graduated in the Netherlands with thesis on social media analysis. And this is my second degree. My first degree is in finance and economics, where I did a lot of statistics and a lot about the future of finance and money. Then I worked as a social media analyst in agency and also as an independent consultant. So I have experience in entrepreneurship as well. I am passionate about everything digital, social, and also data. I wanted to share just a little story before I start, a personal story. On my defense of my thesis, when I was graduating in communications, I was asked, what do you think would be a profession of the future? And I explained that I think that social media analyst, who is very good with data, is going to be a very good and interesting career. Only 1 year after I graduated, I ended up working as one, and I am working in the field ever since. At the moment, currently, I am part of Mentionlytics, an amazing team, and there we help brands make sense of information and make more informed decisions about their business. Why did we choose the topic of the role of social media in the future economy? Because I think that social media is going to get bigger and bigger. The landscape is going to grow with new players, and it is going to affect a wider spectrum of the economy, including government, including education, including business, and the influence of social media is going to spread on a wider scale. That's why the economy, because the economy includes much bigger picture than just social media and just business. It's also healthcare, it's education, it's government, it's us as individuals, of course. So the agenda of my presentation today is to focus a little bit on the social media and how it is changing the recruitment and workforce, because I know that there are students in the audience who are probably thinking about their future career, what kind of economy are they going to step into after they graduate. Also, I want to tell more about the economy in terms of social media changing the way businesses work, the way government works, the way healthcare works. In my experience as an analyst, I have had the chance, and I'm very grateful for it, to be part hands-on and to see firsthand how social media has changed businesses from the inside. I have worked with the National Bank of Bulgaria, some of the biggest banks, some of the biggest telecom communication companies, media companies, and we have gone through a very interesting projects in crisis communications, in brand management and reputation management, and so on. I would like to share my view on these processes as well. Towards the end of my presentation, I will also speak about a topic that I am very excited about, and this is the topic that Mr. John just introduced, the social media analytics, and why it is so important, why do brands need it. And briefly, in the end, we will look at the future of social media and how it has affected our lives and how it has helped our lives during the pandemic that we are living in. So let's start with looking at social media, and it has changed across industries. It has turned into something nice to have. To an essential part of every business. It has, and also our lives, it has changed the way we consume content. It has changed the way we work. It is going to change the way we pay and make payments, the way we shop, and the way we advertise and do marketing. Now we are speaking about digital marketing and social media marketing, not just marketing, it's an essential part. The way we do business, the way we are governed, and the way we study. With the bank relationships are changing, and in the future, it is possible that we're going to make all the payments through social media, and new financial technological companies are working on that. Maybe we will be able to open our bank account directly for social media and directly pay from there. Social media has shaken the healthcare and public health as well. Not only whether it's about public health campaigns or creating support groups in social media for people with certain conditions, which have been very important for their journey, to virtual consulting with your doctor. Social media has had an impact on healthcare as well. Also, during the pandemic, we saw that social media has been used to spread important information about the number of cases, the treatments, urgency numbers, and governments have used social media to spread this information and help people in need during the pandemic. When it comes to government, social media also can have a great impact because it is a place where citizens can directly share their ideas, their criticism, or just comment on government incentives. While in the past, politicians had to go to town and meet people and talk to them, now there are town halls which are based on social media where people can directly, municipality by municipality or neighborhoods or cities, can share their thoughts about how their city is governed, give their ideas, and give their input about the innovation and the progress in their own area. Also, social media has helped us deal with disasters. As we saw, people can donate and can join, volunteer around disasters and in dangerous zones around the world. Also, Facebook has released a Facebook safety check, where if you are in a risk zone or in a danger zone, you can check yourself as being safe, which is a good way to connect to your relatives or friends around the world. So also social media is helping us tackle bigger challenges like climate change and human rights. The Arab Spring has been a good example for that. There are, of course, some pros and cons that I want to talk about before I move to the next slide. Data privacy has been a big concern. The Cambridge Analytica case showed us that limitations in regulations and also data privacy can be a big problem. Also, there are surfacing all kinds of research about the effect on social media on young people, like causing things like depression and attention deficits, cyberbullying, body image insecurities. Psychologists are working in this field, releasing very interesting research on the topic. Also, the spread of fake news has been a hot topic because people don't know what is true and what is not true. So regulations in this area are probably going to be very important in the future. Okay, so these are the most used social platforms right now, and there are new platforms emerging. TikTok is growing in popularity recently, and I believe that there will be more platforms joining this landscape, so it is going to become even more colorful and full of new players. As we already mentioned, social media is much more than pastime. It is much more than posting pictures of our last holiday or sharing with our friends. 3.8 billion people are using social media in 2020. And as you see in this graph, the time that we spend on social media daily is growing. Now it is 153 minutes on average per day. So with more and more services and businesses going online and on social media, this number is probably going to grow significantly. Among these 3.8 billion people are also your next business partner, maybe your next boss, maybe your next student or your next client. So it is very important how we use social media, how we present ourselves in social media, and how we build our brand on social media. Social media is giving great opportunities for career growth. I have read a lot of research about social media recruiting, and more companies are recruiting people directly from social media. So before we sent our CV and we were waiting to be contacted or invited to an interview, nowadays these relationships are getting much more proactive. So recruiters are using platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn to find their new employees. When it comes to brand sponsorships and brand deals, brand cooperations, Instagram and YouTube are the bigger channels. So we have seen some shift in traditional professions. For example, journalists before, they used to work at media companies, at TV channels or radio stations, but with the change of how we consume content, TV is broadcasted online, our radios are becoming podcasts, so journalists are becoming storytellers. The title and their title doesn't matter anymore so much as to their skills. So the skills are the same, the core skills are the same, they just move to a new environment where they adapt. So journalist, the profession of a journalist is now translated to a copywriter or to a writer or a blogger or just a person who is very talented and good at telling stories or giving the news in an interesting way. Which leads me to the question of personal branding and brands in general. So when we speak about brands, many people imagine Coca-Cola, Nintendo, or just big corporations. Nowadays, people are brands and you are brands. So people are brands. For the students in the audience, it is very important to understand that. Because now they have the power and the environment to build their image. And social media is a great place to do that. Social media is not just Facebook and Instagram, and it's not just posting pictures of holidays, as we said. For example, if you want to position yourself as a good expert in whatever your field is, let's say marketing expert, it is very important to look at your LinkedIn profile. I'm very proud of my LinkedIn profile. I started building it back in school when it was a very new network, and by now it has grown quite a lot with all the experience, so it is evolving. And I believe you should start early on building that so that you have it as an asset at some point. Also, with the team at Mentionlytics, we are very active on Quora. I don't know if you know this social network. It is something like a forum where you answer questions about everything or anything that people ask, but we are focused on our expertise and helping brands and answering questions in our expertise. But this sets us as experts in the field. So we are very active there. Also, blogs are important if you want to position yourself as a marketing expert. I said it is good to have a professional blog with very useful and authentic content where you share your tips and your knowledge, and you will get noticed. So if we have to define personal branding, I have extracted a definition here that you can see on the screen, but the most important keywords about this definition are influence, positioning, authority, industry, credibility, differentiation, and career growth. So by being a brand and by positioning yourself as a brand, you have to aim towards positioning yourself as an expert, being influential in this area, being authority in this area, speaking about an industry in depth and showing your expertise, being credible, so having very useful content, differentiating yourself from the everybody else that is doing that. So being authentic and showing your capability and your expertise for who you are and how you see things. And this is going to help your career growth and networking in the future. Can social media be work? This is a question that I have been asked many times, and before, when social media was just starting. Yes, social media can be a career. So if you're passionate about social media and you have very good skills, and you can turn this into a career. We are seeing Instagram influencers, we are seeing YouTubers, we are seeing now TikTok stars. These professions didn't exist at all. Nobody, even now, there are people that don't know what an Instagram influencer is and how these people make money and how they can pay for their expenses. Basically, if an Instagram influencer gets paid by brands by getting sponsorships and deals from different brands, YouTubers, the YouTube influencers, they get paid from YouTube based on the algorithm that YouTube has. So if they produce very useful content which is trending, they get paid based on the views they get, and they also supplement this income with brand sponsorships and advertising to their audiences and followers. Of course, social media, it shouldn't be taken lightly. So if one decides to become an influencer, it requires the same effort and the same amount of work as building a business. It is a business. And usually the people that are doing it have several streams of income, both online and offline. So don't think that if you start posting pictures on Instagram and suddenly you get 5,000 followers, you will be able to live the glamorous lifestyle. It takes a lot of effort, and it is a business like any other. Behind these people, there are teams of other people. There are it's a lot of processes, so it is a business basically. What social media has done is it has broken the boundaries of industries. So there are no gatekeepers anymore, or they are not that common. So, for example, if you wanted to be a musician, or if you wanted to be an author, you had to go to a publisher or be noticed by a music label to record and invest in you so that you can place yourself as a product on the market. Now these boundaries are not there anymore. Everyone can be a musician, everyone can show their talent, and social media is hungry for talent. So if there is a unique skill or a unique presentation, this is already an asset that can be used. However, because the level of entry is so low with social media, people are becoming more selective. Of course, you can become a writer and you can sell your book on Amazon, and you can make some income with that. But in order to be noticed, in order to differentiate yourself from the competition, it's again a lot of work and research and data. So if you know how to research what titles are trending, what topics people are interested in, you can build your business with data in mind. So it's a data-driven business. So even in entrepreneurship, data has its place. Yes, here you can see some words that I have picked: useful content, focus, creativity, authenticity, and uniqueness. I believe that these are very important for those who decide to make social media their career in every aspect, even if they become an Instagram influencer or a YouTuber. Social media has also changed the scene when it comes to freelancing and entrepreneurship. So basically, with social media, if you have the skills to manage social media and you're good with it and you're passionate with it, you can start working for yourself right now. This is how I started as well, because it was interesting, it was new, it was exciting. So if you can help, here I'm addressing the students in the audience, of course. So if you are interested in helping brands with their social media management or small businesses, there are positions like community manager, who is responsible for managing the community of a brand. For example, answering questions and inviting new users and so on. Also, there are opportunities as affiliate agent, which is advertising different services and products and getting paid for that. Or having your own small business. There is Facebook Marketplace, there is Shopify, and I believe that most of the young students are testing these grounds already. And I have examples of some great businesses that started just like that. Of course, that doesn't mean that you don't need the skills and the education, but it is a new ground that is growing and that has a lot of opportunities. With the COVID situation, a lot of small businesses and brick and mortar businesses are moving to social media and to and online, and these people need help. Sometimes they are family businesses or they're manufacturers that are specialized in, let's say, creating perfumes or creating shoes or creating just things that we need in our daily life or we use in our daily life, but they have no idea about social media and they have no idea about online stores. And these people are great clients. If you are an agency, if you are an independent consultant, you can help them navigate and through social media and establish their brand. And this is a very nice career as well if you want to be a small business owner, agency owner, or just a freelancer. So these are just some of the opportunities. And I believe that they are interesting, that they are new, and that young students that are very well, have very good skills in social media can do that right away. As Mr. John mentioned earlier, of course, there are professions that are coming up as very important, and there is high demand for them, and they are connected to cybersecurity, data science, digital marketing and business intelligence, software development, artificial intelligence, but these require a lot of studying and a specific mindset in statistics, mathematics, and skills in that. So people who are students who are interested in computer science, that's great. There is an amazing future ahead. But also for the more creative people who want to be in the entertainment industry or in the arts, social media is a good platform where they can showcase their talent and be equally as successful. Next, I would like to show you and talk about social media analytics, a topic that I am very passionate about, as I already mentioned. It is affecting all industries, and I highly recommend the Mentionlytics blog. I myself am getting a lot of help from this blog for different projects because there is a team behind it working very hard to make this a very good source of information. And what this team does, they analyze how social media analytics can help different industries, different companies, and also there is a lot of marketing advice. So if you are building a hashtag strategy, or if you are building a Twitter campaign, or even for marketers, it is an extremely valuable source of information. So why do brands need social media analytics, and why data is king, and why it is so important? Brands need social media analytics and data to make sense of all the big information that is out there, as Mr. John already said. And this information needs to be collected, needs to be analyzed, and needs to fuel the management decisions ahead. So basically making sense of information, actionable insights, and making decisions based on data is the future, and it is very important to grow businesses sustainably. So what do we do at Mentionlytics? We help brands get this information, and we show it in a visually understandable way so that they can make the next step and make more informed decisions. We are working with brands from many different industries. We are working with governments, we're working with NGOs, we're working with universities. In all these areas, there is need for data and for decisions, and this is where we come from. We come to help. With data, with social media analytics, brands can listen to what people are saying about them online, where they are mentioned. They can manage their reputation like that, so they can react to negative comments. They can react to negative events. They can also monitor the reputation of people so that they can hire people. For example, I have worked on a very interesting case while I was in my previous agency that I worked for. So a big media company wanted to hire a new executive at a very top level, and they asked for a full report on what is the social media image and the online image of this person. So we had to track all the mentions, all the news and everything about this person. And in the end, it turned out that this person has a company which is clashing interest with the media company. So our advice as an agency was that hiring this person is going to probably harm the reputation of the media company brand, and we advised against hiring this person. So this is just one example. In my previous work, I have also done social media for elections, so predictive analysis about based on the conversations online, which of the candidates is going to receive more votes, and what people think about this candidate, from which cities and from which regions of the country these mentions are coming from. We could also analyze and compare the volume of conversation for each candidate and see which of them is getting the most conversation and is most talked about. So something else, crisis communications. This is also it is also very strategic. Here there are many cases and many interesting examples online. But when something, a bad event happens at the company, for example, there was a bank problem here in the country, this is where the communications and marketing teams need this data in order to know where to react and how to react, on which social media, and what exactly the conversation is about. So social media analytics has a lot of uses in management, strategic management, in business, in especially for universities and education. Our system can track the interests of students, can track different universities. We are also helping PhD students with their research. So social media analytics has a lot of value, can add a lot of value for universities and for research and for individual students even. So what is the present and the future of social media? We have seen a surge in social media usage during the pandemic, and I guess this is normal because social media became one of the main channels that we use to connect with our co-workers, with our family